Tom, how will you signal that we are on? We welcome you to the ВЗВЕСь Suspended Matter Conference on the environmental consequences of the Soviet colonial project. Now we will introduce our colleagues that are going to co-moderate this meeting. My name is Caterina Pîslari. I'm a decolonial activist from Moldova and a part of BIDA media team. Here's also my colleague Lilia that are not going to be with their camera on, but are going to support us with their voice, and also Ruthia. Please introduce yourself and say a couple of words.
Hello, I'm co-moderating this conference today. Would like to thank organizer for inviting me, although I'm not a part of the research group and of this research project, but I'm still somehow involved in the topic and the practice and theory of colonization, not as much as a researcher, but rather as an artist. Because I mostly identify as an artist from Almaty, Kazakhstan, and I live between Kazakhstan and Vienna, and I also represent this small quasi-para institution that is called Creolic Center. Creolics meaning that it's creolized, and our main idea is here is that we always trying to work with binaries that arise as soon as we start to talk about decolonization or decolonization. So I'm really happy to greet you all and to see our participants, and looking forward. Today, I think our conference will, it consists of 3 sections, and the second and the third sections will be dedicated to presentations of some research projects. But the current section, the first one, is a round table where we would like to familiarize each other with, familiarize ourselves with the projects, with each other, and introduce ourselves a little bit. So let's maybe start.
I will have a small intro about the topic in general and about the research group that we had. So what is this conference about? We were choosing the ecological theme because colonial conquest and long-lasting colonial occupation is always an ecological phenomenon, because land is the main aim of any colonial power, and it undergoes crucial transformations, not only in terms of introduction of notion of ownership, both individual ownership and state ownership, and introduction of settlements, an introduction of very specific way of agricultural and infrastructural way of managing the land. And usually it's a process that is going on, like this introduction is something alien that is imposed on the context that those notions cannot apply and weren't applied before. So the way of coloniality applying to the ecology is, I think, in every aspect. It's on infrastructural level, on agricultural level, and on symbolic level, how we perceive the land, how we perceive our relationships to the land. And ecology is always a political question that is inseparable from the colonial movements. And we were thinking about it in BIDA, And we were thinking, how can we contribute to already ongoing activist work in many localities, and this work is already intertwining decoloniality, ecology, and feminist practices in the broader sense. And we decided to create a small research group that would bring together in one space researchers and activists from Central Asia, Eastern Europe, and South Caucasus, in hope that it would become a step towards a larger translocal work that connects initiatives, perspectives, frameworks, and builds solidarities. So I hope this small thing would be like to lead to other small and maybe not very small things. So yeah, the research group was meeting for 2 months. We were discussing and learning about racism in USSR with Botakoska Simbekova, also about racialization as a medical, social, and discursive practice with Keto Gorgadze. We explored relation between the terms post-colonial and decolonial, post-Soviet and post-socialist with Oля Sosnovskaya. We met also eco and feminist activists Bermet Vorubayeva from Kyrgyzstan, Kızlar Collective from Uzbekistan, and CSN Lab Collective from Armenia, who shared their projects, practices, research, and perspectives. Also, we discussed disability justice movement as the movement against colonial and capitalists' never-ending suppressions with the KIR. And participants in general shared their memories, family and local histories, activist practices, and research interests with each other. And we hope this framework could help all of us to feel in the interconnectedness of the struggles of the localities. And we also believe that a common past requires multiple reflections. So this conference is a small result of this group. And as Ruthia already mentioned, in the second part, there will be presentation sections where 4 of the participants will present their work. And now we are going to our roundtable. And we named this roundtable Relationship to the Land. And here are our participants. So here today with us is Yana Tannagasheva. She is a Shore indigenous person of West Siberia from Kemerovo region, Kuzbas. She is an activist, political refugee in Sweden, and a member of International Committee of Indigenous People of Russia. Also here with us is Aigerim Kapar. She is an independent curator, interdisciplinary researcher, and decolonial practitioner, and eco-art activist from Kazakhstan. She is a founder of projects for care of lake ecosystems, SOS Taldiköl, and Care for Balkhash in 2020. And currently she curates a hybrid reality project, Step Space. Also with us is Hanna Paniutsich. She's a they're a multimedia artist and researcher from Belarus, and their research interests now are nuclear technologies, chemical pollution, and the effects of radioactivity on living systems. And also Alisher Khassengaliyev. He is a Kazakh decolonial and anti-nuclear activist and international relations degree student in Kazakh German University. He is one of the founding members of STEP Organization for Peace, Kazakh Youth Initiative for Nuclear Justice, and a neighbor of CTBTO Youth Group and Youth for TPNW. I welcome you all. Thank you for being here today with us. And now I will introduce the theme of our roundtable. As I was saying before, coloniality is not only a state of political affairs and state of political so it's not only a political process. And as our brilliant colleagues Sasha Shostakova and Svetlana Matvienko notes, the coloniality is also a set of technologies. So colonialism is a set of technologies in relation to the land also. But at the same time, as Ruthie mentioned, we start to notice that the colonial imagination finds itself in the binary oppositions between the like liberal notion of freedom being like the notion states, the liberal democracies, and the way like of a very impossible return to the pre-modern and pre-colonial past. At the same time, the decolonial movements are facing very real dangers of of present technologies of Russian colonialism. And like how can our decolonial imagination like how can we escape those binary opposition? It's either so if we want to escape Russian colonialism, we usually a lot of the decolonial movements there go to the very European way of like thinking of themselves and like subscribing to this like capitalist modernity as the only option. And at the same time, there is like this way of escaping Russian occupation and colonialism by trying to restore all the traditions. But usually there also, we are, like as Ruthie said, like a lot of us are creolized, and this creolization is also a big part of culture. And sometimes it's, yeah, how do you feel about it? How do you see it? And now we would
Maybe,
like to, yeah, we would like
maybe,
to, yep.
yeah, we would like to invite some of, we would like to invite you, I mean, the participants of the roundtable, the four of you, to say a couple of words in relation to what Caterina has just said. But from your own perspective, because, you know, I'm from Kazakhstan, and I'm really looking forward for my colleagues from Kazakhstan who, because I think we share a specific perspective, being a former Russian colony, so to say. But in the same time, I'm very curious how this complex problem of relation to the land and this binary between colonized and colonizers, how it is perceived from the Russian Federation within, from indigenous people who live not in the foreign country, in the former colonies, so to say, but within this nation state of Russia. And I would like to give the first to give the floor to Yana. And could you please tell a little bit about your work and how this work is also related to this complex problem of, you know, the land ownership and the territory, and who has the right to the land and so forth. Could you please say something?
Здравствуйте, спасибо. Спасибо за приглашение.
Hello, and thank you for inviting me. I will be talking in Russian, and I will not be talking about myself for long, as being an indigenous woman from Siberia, West Siberia, from the Kapar region, from Kuzbas, where I come from. I will say that the connection to the land for indigenous peoples is extremely important. It is, and nature, in fact, and the environment, the land and indigenous peoples, they are one unity. Indigenous peoples cannot imagine themselves, their lives, their traditional lives without land. I would add here that land and nature and environment in general is home for indigenous peoples, and such home in Kuzbas for sure people, and we have Tiliuti also living there in the same region. So in Kuzbas there is such a home, our home. No, and we are being deprived of it. It's being taken away from us. It's taken. They took our land from us. We have been deprived of our traditional lifestyle because we are people's gatherers and hunters and fishermen and fisherwomen. Our traditional lives have to do with the land, us being a single body. And imagine there is coal extraction coming into our land, the land is taken away, everything has been taken away from us. A vivid example of that in 2013, 10 years ago, it was the destruction of Kazas, village, a shore village in Kuzbas. This is where my activism and my struggle started. Sorry, let me briefly tell you about this. For those who have not heard about this before, this village, Kazas village or township, was or used to be a traditional shore village, very small in size. It was surrounded by coal extraction mines, huge carriers, open extraction. Open extraction of coal by industrial means has become prevalent over the last 20 years in Kuzbas because it's very cheap. It's a resource, cheaper way to extract. In the USSR, the extraction used to be mine based under the surface. So, and it was less harmful for the ecology compared to open extraction, daily explosions. This is what we are facing now. A devastating impact on the nature, on the environment, all of it. Human lives, animal lives, and livelihoods, and the entire ecosystem. Try to imagine this coal extraction, open shafts. So coal extractors created conditions that life has become impossible in that village. And when it happens, people are at a loss about what to do next, how to survive. And the coal extraction companies start pressuring them, offering some kind of settlements. For instance, offering buying for a fraction of a price their homes. Half of the population said no. Several families decided not to sell their lands and their homes. And 10 years ago, these structures were the last remaining structures in the village, and they were burned down to the ground. I will not be going into great details about that, but it's not a singular case. This small township is really showing and really telling in regards of what's going on today as for the relationship between the authorities, the extracting companies, gas, oil, gold, and so on. So not only in Kuzbas, across all the territories where indigenous peoples live, and normally they live, indigenous people live on the richest in resources, territories, richest in resources. And in the Tsarist times and in Soviet times, and now the authorities pressure the indigenous peoples, knowing their psychology, knowing how they can make people, how they can seduce people, phenomena here. So when we talk about decolonization, we should decolonize our own minds, first of all, our ways of thinking. I mean, us as indigenous peoples, and we should keep fighting keep standing up. It's great that we are talking here about it today, but let me tell you, in Kuzbas, my people, we've been talking about this for so long. We've been just shouting around, crying for help. But unfortunately, this is an ongoing crisis. And this is where I will stop my contribution or my response to this first question, and maybe later on I will add something else.
Thank you so much for this story. Also, like quite scared story about demolition of the village, and I think it's really important that we even we are from different countries, but we are facing the same problems in a way, and this is very much relatable to us people in Kazakhstan. I would like to address the next question to Aigerim, because I know that you are facing very similar kind of, tension between authorities and powers that like in the powers. I mean. Basically, a capitalist is extractivist capitalist capital and extractivist companies that are that create. Actually, when I was thinking about you, Aigerim, I was thinking about also the name of our conference, because suspended matter, it is not only a metaphor of some unresolved question, but it also this exact pollution in the water that and I know that you work a lot with bodies of water, with lake ecosystems, and for instance in Balkhash. Also, although it's completely like Kazakh territory and there are Kazakh authorities who are managing it, but still there are problems between this huge Balkhash plant, right? Balkhash Tsvetmet, and the people who live there and ecosystems that they are disturbing with this. How do you see this tension between those who try to use the lake as a resource and those who live actually there and use the lake as their homeland?
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Yeah, I'm Aigerim Kapar. I'm from Arghun and Zhagalbayli tribes. I'm from Sararka, which is northern part of Kazakhstan. And I literally grew up into the steppe, and all these lakes, it's just like my surrounding, and why it's also the reason why I'm caring about the lakes in Kazakhstan and water bodies and like communities. And yeah, Yana, thank you so much for sharing with us your story. And for example, my grandfather, he was a prisoner in labor camps in Kemerovo in 1940s. Yeah, and how we are also, like connected through all these Soviet colonization, and also we are still as an independent country, Kazakhstan, we still, facing these Russian imperialistic approaches, and if we will, so I started my practices, and I with my colleague, and as a community artcom platform, we since 2017 we organizing and doing this decolonial kind of educational program, and we have a school, Art Collider, when art meets science and bring communities together. And through this approach, we do our decolonial practices, and through all this experience, for us, we just not realize, but we also committed to work of our environmental climate justice. Because as with the experience of Soviet colonization and how the lands, waters, like everything, was really extract. And what we should do now as a communities, as an artist, as researchers and practitioners, it's a care for the land, waters, so on. And if we will back to Balkhash Lake, so we are I am initiator also this initiative Care for Balkhash, and Balkhash, it's 14th largest lake in the world, and in the next 10 years this lake could disappear, because of the many issues. And unfortunately, Ruthia, this copper smelter in Balkhash, it's not the biggest problem, because there with this industrialization, it's like all the territory of Kazakhstan, like everyone's, doing this extraction from the land, it will never stop, I think. But at the same time, we can see the practices of the people, the local communities who are, as also Yana, she's like really like related to the community who lives there, who are like facing this every day. And of course, their activism and their practices really matter. And if we will talk about these practices and practices of the solidarity with the people, but sometimes these problems, they're huge. And the problem of the Balkhash, it's just representative of the position of Kazakhstan between two empires, Russia and China. And the destiny of the Balkhash Lake, it depends to these two empires. And of course, it also depends of the Kazakhstan government. But mostly, what is the idea of our practices of care for Balkhash? It's working with the local communities, because only local communities can questioning, because authorities and empires, they just don't care. And this is only the process of resistance. But I also, I cannot use this, I'm not escaping anything, I'm facing all this kind of stuff. And this is the process. And I don't know if we will win or not, but everything is like going, and we have what we have. And we can also think and imagine what we can do in the better way, and we have but we already have this water crisis in Kazakhstan, in Central Asia, and we are facing this climate issues, and the same scenario as Aral Sea was drained up by Soviet government, and so when people talking like, oh, we already lost our sea, but actually we didn't participate, to just damage a big. It's actually lake, Aral Sea, it's not the sea. But now, also with this politics and to being between this Russia and China, and one of the challenge now for the Balkhash Lake, it's a nuclear power plant, which Russia wants to build in Kazakhstan, and our authorities there like welcoming them and have this plan for, and last year it's like started to discussed again, and they already decided, to build a nuclear power plant in the lake, which could disappear in 10 years. With this nuclear power plant, it will be happened in 2 years or something, and of course the local communities, they're against of, and to have this, a nuclear power plant on the shore of the lake. But who cares, because this all colonial moods, still unfortunately practicing with our authorities and government. But there are also some ways, I hope, to continue practicing in resistance. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Aigerim.
you.
And for introducing also the other big, huge empire that are that have grip on a lot of Central Asian countries and a lot of context, like being the China. And thank you for the correction on the fighting, not escaping. Yes, absolutely true. Now I want to introduce another context of hybrid occupation of being Belarus, being occupied by Russia very actively, and being in this hybrid state of being nominally the independent country, but being like occupied in every single, I think, in every single level, on the political level, on the economical level, on the infrastructural level. And also, like, thank you, Aigerim, for the mentioning of the atom power plants, because it's the like similar processes are happening, as I know, in Belarus with the construction of the nuclear power plant and like these atomic energy colonialism that Russia is imposing on Belarus also. So Hanna, please tell us about yourself and tell us about your context and your practices and your perspective on the subject.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just thinking about this connection because, yeah, as many might know, Russian Federation is building a nuclear plant in Belarus, which was finished in 2021. And I will talk a bit more about it in my presentation, but this project is funded 90% by the loan from Russian Federation. And basically most of the construction and all the processes of dealing with nuclear waste are claimed to be done by Rosatom, which is a state organization. And basically so far, what I researched, that in Soviet Union, it was one of the main objectives of Russian USSR to build a pipeline of exporting and implementing of the nuclear reactors around the world, and basically it remains an objective of Russian Federation to do so. They have construction of many nuclear reactors around the world, like Kazakhstan, Iran, Bangladesh. And personally, I base my experience to decolonization as Belarusian Jewish person. My relatives mostly come from southern Belarus and mostly really close to Ukrainian border or like borderlands. And I feel like Belarusian people have a very strong connection to the land. And it's even even nowadays with globalization, people still grow their own food, and they do a lot of gathering, for example, of nuts and mushroom in the forest. And as a researcher, my interest, my interests lie in multi-species relations, and I see the ways how people produce and preserve and collect food are very telling about colonial and decolonial processes and buildings of these relations. And for example, since soft annexation of Belarus, I can see that a lot of food produced that were there are on the shelves in the supermarket are Russian. And I would say that before that, it wasn't like only local, but it was much more diverse, I would say. Yeah, I think that also the dishes that we serve on the table, and for example, dishes from Soviet cuisine, which were introduced to diet to people in many Soviet countries, and especially now, as the New Year holidays are coming, it's very telling, even on social media, that this culture and surrounding around food still persists. And we should also think about this food as something based on certain supply chains available in Soviet Union, and which are also quite poor and based on grains and root vegetables and milk, which was quite readily available in supermarkets, more or less. And a lot of my research also revolves around the Chernobyl catastrophe, because part of my family was displaced from the exclusion zone. They lived in a small village called Nezhikov. And as I research more also like the Western perspective on catastrophe, it's very much framed as economical problem. And for example, the tradition of people picking mushrooms in Ukraine and Belarus is framed as people being poor and they don't have enough food to eat, and that's why they follow these practices, which is completely not true. I see that, for example, potato as a plant, many people in Europe don't even know how it grows or where it comes from. But for me, it's also this type of things are connected, for example, to Anthropocene, because they were brought from Americas and introduced in Europe, and now we all eat this plant all over the world. So yeah, this is kind of my thoughts on these relations.
Thank you, Hanna. It's really. I mean, I'm a bit getting more and more into this realization that these situations in these such different places, like geographically very distant, but everywhere we have something very similar kind of situation. And I think it's somehow telling that today, like in 21st century, more and more of ecological issues are connected to radioactive pollution and this development of nuclear technologies that are not, unfortunately, built for producing electricity or but also producing warfare, and I used, or at least threatened to be used in war, which is really scary, and which was actually the very important issue in the Soviet Union back then, when there was Cold War and the Soviet Union was trying to build an atomic bomb, and it was mostly on the expense of Kazakh people, because the main polygons were in Kazakhstan, not only cosmic polygons, but also rocket polygons, and of course this semi-test site. nuclear test site, and in our country, in Kazakhstan, our independence and our way towards independence was very much connected with this anti-nuclear movement. It was, I think, something that we could be proud of, and that's something that was like this anti-nuclear movement, Nevada Semey was and still is a very bright page in the history of independent Kazakhstan, because it was a huge movement, one of the first in former Soviet Union movement against Russian nuclear colonialism. And I'm eager to hear a bit more about what nuclear colonialism is or can be, how it can be framed today, and how it is seen from Kazakhstan. And I invite Alisher to share your thoughts on this, please.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for having me today. It's really great discussion. It's really interesting to hear every one of you, every participant of this roundtable. And yeah, I agree with everyone that there is a huge, painful burden of consequences of Russian colonial politics in all around of the so-called post-Soviet region, and also the heritage of Soviet imperialism, and also, of course, for Kazakhstan, Soviet nuclear colonialism. That particularly is seen in Kazakhstan as a nuclear testings. Yeah, and as Ruthia said, yeah, it is the issue of Semipalatinsk test site. Of course, also environmental issues and environmental colonialism is one of the most visible parts or most visible colonial practices, because with Semipalatinsk test site, for example, there is 18,000 square kilometers territory that cannot be used for for centuries because of nuclear colonialism and because of nuclear testings. There is hundreds of thousands of people who are survivors of nuclear testings in Kazakhstan, and this kind of issues, as with Balkhash or with Aral and with Semipalatinsk, showing us very directly what colonialism is and how ugly it looks in practice. And of course, this is why we need the anti-nuclear and decolonial activism, and that's why, for example, we created STEP Organization for Peace, our initiative for nuclear justice in Kazakhstan. I see the main practices, resisting practices that we can use as activists and researchers in this field is, first of all, the education and promotion of awareness programs to kind of enhance environmental consequences and community resilience. For example, in 2021 and in 2022, FES Free Habit Foundation in Kazakhstan organized 2 schools, nuclear non-proliferation and disarmament schools, where young journalists, young students, and academicians, they had opportunity to kind of educate themselves about nuclear disarmament, about the issues of Semipalatinsk test site. And this kind of educational program, this kind of awareness programs, they bringing up these issues in our like authoritarian reality of Kazakhstan, because if we bringing up the main official narratives about Semipalatinsk test site and about Nevada Semi movement that promoted by government is the only one fact that Nursultan Nazarbayev closed Semipalatinsk test site in 1991, and that's it. That's all of that we have in our educational programs, in our curriculums, in universities, and we as activists, as young researchers, trying to fight against this kind of narratives and giving the voice to the people who participated in Nevada Semi movement or to survivors of nuclear test sites, to kind of themselves told their stories. The second tool, which is really important for Kazakhstan as a country in the field of nuclear disarmament, and really important for us anti-nuclear activists, is international collaboration. Because the issue of nuclear colonialism is not only the issue of Kazakh people in Semipalatinsk. It's a global phenomenon. Unfortunately, it's a global phenomenon. And we as an activist are trying to engage to the conversation or to connect with activists and people from Kiribati, for example, or Marshall Islands, or that also been the kind of a victims. That's a bad word to use. Actually, they were affected by nuclear tests and survived it. So yeah, that's why education and also international collaboration and also the promotion of victim assistance is the main tools for us activists to kind of resist this horrible heritage of Soviet nuclear colonialism. And also, I think one of the main points is also to engage into dialogue with the authorities, with the government, especially in the issue of nuclear disarmament. Because as you maybe know, Kazakhstan has a very good reputation in nuclear disarmament movement or anti-nuclear movement because our government and MFA, Minister of Foreign Affairs, always trying to engage into these processes, international, global processes. For example, like a treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons or comprehensive nuclear test ban treaty. But our duty, as I see, our duty as an activist is to engage in the conversation with our authority and also to show the another side of Kazakhstan nuclear policy in domestic level, yeah, that we have a poorly managed victim assistance system, or that Kazakhstan, we have still in Kazakhstan, we have Russian military facilities and test sites. Yeah, so this is kind of these three tools that we're trying to use as an activist, and I think that is an effective way of resist this horrible heritage of Soviet imperialism and Russian colonialism.
Thank you, Alisher. That was really a great the suggestion, I mean, very informative for me, at least, to identify a specific steps or specific practices that we can develop in order to resist. I think it's very important, and I like this position that you're making this focus on education, right? Focus on international solidarity again between victims and people who are affected, and also negotiation with the authorities. And I think it's also very important to understand that although each of the situation is of a very local character, we're all speaking of some local issues about local communities, but in the same time, the problem is global, right? So even though people affected by nuclear pollution, for instance, live in some usually distant, like space sites, right? Like you mentioned Marshall Islands. I even don't know where is it, but I suppose it's somewhere far away from me. But still, if we look at the world map and see where those sources of nuclear pollution, we will find them in every part of the world, right? And I think this is also one of our goals of our conference, that we would like to know how do we build connections between all of these local sites, local place situations. And I would also maybe invite you to share very shortly, because we don't have much time left, but maybe some of you could say something about what else can we do in terms of, in order to not to be alone, not to be left alone in our local problems, but to be more aware of other people in other countries, in other continents maybe. Or I think that education that Alisher mentioned as one of the major focus in our struggle is also very important. And but how it is possible, and what in a practical way, maybe you, from your experience, already know some tips or some how is it called, life hacks, some strategies, I would say, that we can use in order to not to be alone with the problem. Because when you are alone and you're facing these huge powers that are, doing their own business, no matter what, it can feel quite, hopeless to do anything. And for me, at least, the hope always comes from other people. When you see other people in similar situation, maybe some of you can share shortly something that we can. I mean, this is probably my personal difficulty, because I hear a lot of people talking about international solidarities, but when it comes to the practice of solidarity, it becomes difficult. Like, what can we do?
Thank you
Ruth,
for this
I
question.
think, okay.
Sorry. Yeah, Aigerim, you can start if you.
Yeah, Ruth, I mean, for me, solidarity, it's a practice, because without practicing, there's no solidarity. Like my solidarity today, I joined this round table, I can say no, because I have many things, and only the practices. And we also can see, all these instruments and the approach of the colonizers, colonizers, they're the same, a famine, extraction, erase the culture, history, people, like everywhere, and Kazakhstan, for example, and Ukraine, and like indigenous people of America, they're not, and the people in Bangladesh, we're all, they had this experience with the famine, ашаршылық in Kazakhstan. And what, and I understand your personal question, because I also facing this, for example, now I'm a part of their Yatrus residency program, and I'm based in Almaty, for now, but for this months I'm in Bulgaria, and people in Bulgaria, they just do not aware what is Kazakhstan. They're aware where it's located, but they don't understand any experience of that. I even, even in Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan is a huge country, and a different part of the Kazakhstan, they were colonized in this sometimes similar, but also each of the region have their own specificity. And I think how this solidarity can grow, it's about the awareness, it's about the practices, our decolonial life, to be open, to have these connections. And when you understand that you are not only your problem is unique, that this is everywhere, these things, and this is what we should do because of the climate change. And climate, they will not ask, okay, Ruth, where are you from? Okay, I will not, or Yana, or Alisher, or no, this is and all of these practices, what we are doing now, I think, this is the important steps to this climate justice, because in just, in few years, the situation can change a lot, and there will be no space, to build this solidarity. And why, for me personally also, and for Artcom platform, the solidarity, it's a practice. It's not just words, or then research or something, but this is the practice, what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Aigerim. Alisher, you maybe want to say something as well?
That came up to my mind, the one experience that I had. I think we can build international this connection between us, between people who were colonized or were affected by colonial practices and policies, is also healing process. Because recently in New York conference MSP for TPNW, there were one event that were called Survivors Breakfast, and we as a part of Kazakh delegation were participating in this event where people from all around the world, from again Marshall Islands, from Kiribati, from French Polynesia, from Japan, almost 100 years old, to man who survived Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing. We all sat, ate our breakfast, and just chatted about our experience and about our problems and what we feel. And this process on this one small breakfast already created so much understanding between us, so much connection between us. And I think that we can build this international solidarity through also the healing process, just to talk with each other, just to share our feelings, just to share our stories. And I think this emotional connection will bring up also a political connection between us, or activist connection between these affected communities. Yeah.
Thank you, Alisher, so much. We slowly running out of time, but there is one question from YouTube that I want to address, finally, maybe to Yana and Hanna, who didn't speak for the last couple of minutes. So the user Vague French conducting how asks, do you navigate the intersection between your research and advocacy, between self-determination and indigenous ways of knowing, and the policy implementation and international diplomacy? And in navigating that, what are some of the obstacles that you face, and where do you hope joint struggle leads you? So I think it's the part of the same question that we are already discussing, and I would want to give words to Yana and Hanna, and maybe to finalize with these words our roundtable.
Спасибо за вопрос. На самом деле он очень такой широкий, глобальный.
Thank you very much for this question. It's very broad, and I think that the contacts between indigenous people all around the world is very important. As for my experience, we always try to support each other, the global movement of indigenous people from all around the world. We try to use international platforms to voice our requirements. And we try to make the voices of indigenous people heard at the international level. We are here, we exist. We try to let the government know that we are not people of the second or third sort. We are people, we are here. Our opinion should be taken into account. We should inform all big decisions. We should be able to leverage them. I believe that the main thing we are trying to voice is that we should be partners. We are equal. This is something that we try to make heard. And to conclude, I'd love to say that the international community, especially authorities internationally, should get that our lifestyle is different. And the point of it is that we try not to harm the environment. There is a very famous saying by Native Americans: when the last river is poisoned, when the last bird is dead, only then will the humanity understand that money cannot be eaten. This is something we should understand today.
Yeah, I think that, as we all know, unfortunately, economy trumps ecology in many situations. And I just wanted to add about like education. I think for me personally, it started with educating myself and then pulling out all these facts. And I understand how many people don't realize the situation that is happening in Belarus. And unfortunately, at the moment, no type of activism is possible there. And I think that for me personally, as I was saying one time in our research sessions, unfortunately, in some places, the decolonization won't be possible in the way that we understand it today. For example, the nuclear contamination, unfortunately, takes many centuries to be cleared out. And it's based on, usually the calculations are based on cesium-137, which this element half-life is 300 years to disappear. It's only half life, and this contamination will persist into deep future with us, and it kind of connects us to the unknown. And as Aigerim said, and Yana, the pollution and climate change that we're facing is gonna be this kind of uniting power for us, I think, because it's not gonna leave any place on the planet Earth untouched.
Thank you. Thank you for your words and for your opinions and thoughts that I find it's really very valuable to share them and because I agree completely that the education, self-education, and also trying to be in tune and to be aware of what is happening, not only in your own yard, right, in your around your own house, but also in other places, is crucial in today's world. I don't know if it was like that before, but I think today it is like that. You have to not only to be connected with local communities and do something in the place you live, but you also have to, this is our duty in a way, to be aware of what is happening in other countries and where it is and what are specific problems in all other locations. And I hope that we will learn more about this during the next 2 sections that will take place very soon. And but now the time is up, and I would like to thank once again all of you, especially the 4 of our roundtable participants. I'm really happy that you found time and energy to join us and to share your thoughts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. It was an invaluable experience and multi-log, and I'm really happy that everybody could join this conversation, and you are all amazing, and I wish you, like, in your work and in your solidarity building work, I wish, like, okay, I wish the struggle to be, like, I wish for all of you to be able to fight and to be able to, for this struggle to be victorious. So, yeah, thank you.
Yes.
We're starting our second session. This session will be dedicated to the presentations of the participants of research group. And at this section, it will be two presentations of Anel Rakhimzhanova and Shakhrizoda Ergasheva. And they will be going one after another. And then after that, we will have a sessions with questions. So please don't hesitate to ask your questions in YouTube chat, and we will read them, and we will address them to our panelists. And now I'm switching my word to Ruthia.
29, and I was thinking how Kazakh people were presented actually in this early Soviet documentary, and how what a huge impact the railroad was made to the whole project of modernization of Central Asia. And I would like to, without further ado, give the floor to Anel Rakhimzhanova, who is a researcher dealing with also that particular issues connected to modernization and building railroads. Please, Anel, we are all yours.
Hello, everyone. I first share my screen. Let me know if you can see my notes. All good? Okay, thank you. Well, thank you again, everyone, for tuning in, and for those celebrating Christmas, happy holidays. Although no secular or spiritual person can stay rested until a complete ceasefire in Palestine. Another year, a new year commemorates the injustices of Qatar in Kazakhstan and adds to the ongoing war in Ukraine. So in all these states that carry you these days, I thank you for giving time to this presentation. I'll be contextualizing quite a lot, so I hope my train of thoughts doesn't speed up too much. The history of railroad construction in Central Asia under Russian imperial rule, apart from the obvious colonial, military, and administrative purposes, is inscribed into the framework of its resource topographies, or its topographies as a resource. As Maya Pearson notes in her rigorous work on the transformation of Aral basin landscapes through hydraulic projects, cotton was not the reason for Russia's conquest of Central Asia, but it became Central Asia's raison d'être from the point of view of the imperial metropole. That logic continued to drive Central Asia's development after the collapse of the Russian Empire and continues to drive economies in post-Soviet Central Asia today. Here I would like to also note even current military-industrial entanglements, as cotton cellulose used for gunpowder production imports to Russia from Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, and it increased since the war in Ukraine. Cotton and fiber for clothing, writing, and warfare as a white gold of the 19th century was both a valued exchange commodity and an exchange method of human and land commodification. Central Asia offered a colonial imagination for overcoming the cotton dependency that was costing Russia 100 million rubles annually on imports from America. Turkestan, as the southernmost frontier of the Russian Empire, was embedded in that vision that needed the flows of water and people to transform the arid landscapes, and the trains to ship that economic cushion to European Russia. The shipment by the Trans-Caspian Railroad, which was later reformed into Srednyoasiatskaya, might have been sufficient for inner Central Asian logistics, but offered lengthy transportation through the Caspian Sea for the metropole. As the appetite for cotton production was far from fulfilled, the Tsarist administration looked for ways to expand both the field and the logistical possibilities. In this context, the irrigation of Hungary steppe of the left bank of the Sirdarya appealed to the administration, since the steppe was relatively sparsely populated, mostly by nomads, meaning that cotton did not have to compete with the food crops and the natives controlling the way it did in the Fergana Valley. The idea of linking the cotton-growing regions of Turkestan to cheaper sources of grain that could feed the labor force and vacate the subsistence fields for planting more cotton had been raised in 1897 when the completion of the western section of the Trans-Siberian Railroad brought thousands of new peasant settlers to the southern Siberia, moving nomads from good pasture lands and sources of water, making the region a producer of abundant grain.
Anel,
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. It's
Yeah.
really engaging, but could you
Yeah.
please slow down a little bit because we are translating and
Yes.
it's difficult for translators to. Please, it's even for me, it's difficult to follow because you are very fast.
Oh yes, of course. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was just I have a lot to share, so I've been trying to condense my timing, but thank you for the note. Proponents of the Turkestan-Siberia Railroad, they've been overruled in favor of a shorter Tashkent-Orenburg line that you can see on the west, which facilitated the transport of the Turkestan's cotton to the textile mills in the Moscow industrial region by 1906. Even without the link to Siberia, a railroad was necessary for the Chu Valley irrigation projects to provide both construction materials and grain. In 1913, Siberechi line construction was given a green light and was managed by Muhamedjan Tanishbayev, a Kazakh engineer who researched the mountainous passes between Pishpek and Verny and worked on the irrigation systems in Turkestan. The line wasn't fully finished with the revolution, and during the Civil War, Dikhan's reliance on cotton and thus dependence on the fluctuation of the grain market brought calamity when transport to the center was cut and hundreds of thousands died in famine. In this choreographic script, the environmental stage exploited actors and the means of locomotion set up the pace and success of the production. It was a question of expanding the capacities of the land, labor force, and logistics, such as forging water channels, prioritizing industrial demands over the growth of subsistence crops, resettling, mobilizing, and fueling people to transport the resources to European Russia. As Peterson frames it, Central Asia's water was an unpredictable resource whose fickle natured Tsarist bureaucrats and Soviet commissariats alike came to associate with the seemingly unpredictable and uncontrollable inhabitants of the region. Capturing those flows in hydraulic, railway, and work channels was a way of settling their intensity and directionality in their topography of modernity. Of course, dramatic environmental transformation, but by controlling nature, as was told before, is not only unique to Central Asia and not only within the Russian colonial scheme, but also in the late 19th and 20th century worldwide, as the interventions into arid landscapes from North Africa to Australia, from China to the American West, drove similar visions of modernity and what it meant to be civilized. The railway tracks, in that sense, are the blueprints of the striated topographic dreams and resource drives, nowadays leading to many abandoned and exhausted places, as well as places of human abandonment and exhaustion, especially in the carceral geographies of Soviet Kazakhstan and Siberia. One thing with transit is that it can reroute to its desired stops and directions of its logistical imaginations. So it's always a story of topographical overlaps and continuities. All right. The TurkSib project that gets picked up by the Soviets in 1926 as a part of the first 5-year plan inherits its outlines from the Tsarist vision, yes, the dynamics of the construction have undoubtedly changed. The expensive project was faced with fierce opposition as funding was needed for all the republics in the post-war stagnation. Yet the question of cotton was a critical one for Soviets, as it was for the Tsarist administration. Central Asia after Stolypin's reforms, 1916 revolts, 1920, 21 hunger, and without ongoing class war and Little October, was an environment that the railroad was intervening. While most of these happenings were alienated from the engineers focusing on the railroad itself, its tracks, even in an anticipated form, were transforming the thinking on environmental ordering. Unlike Tsarist construction, Soviet TurkSib was positioned not as a singular transit, but developmental project that meant to change the areas it cuts through, making industrial interventions in Kazakhstan along the railroad. In other words, apart from the initial grain cotton growth matrix, Kazakhstan and its workers must have been incorporated into the various industrial sectors to sustain and expand the railroad, from coal, metal, and wood preparation, electric and hydroelectric station, to the supplying of the stations, cities, and industrial locations with agricultural and pastoralist products. As part of this first national efforts of affirmative action, Korenizatsiya, Kazakh workers were given a quota to join the TurkSib in the forging of the Kazakh proletariat that didn't in a way go smoothly with prevailing workplace discriminations and violent chauvinistic attacks that were also publicly announced and prosecuted. The policy even created an overlap between the modernizing aspirations of the so-called national communists of the early Soviet era, such as Turar Raskulov, the Kazakh Republic's representative of Sovnavkorm at the time of TurkSib construction, who also dreamed of leaping pastoral nomadism into modernity by skipping all the feudal and bourgeois stages of development. He brought back to the project Muhammadjan Tanashbayev, who became the head of the southern construction of the TurkSib before all the long cycles of purges and repressions that hit both men. The administration of the railroad on both central party and national level, as well as between different ministries, created clashes in the central peripheral politics, and interests were coming together throughout the construction and are covered in detail in Matthew Paine's book, Stalin's Railroad. There are many pivotal details on how the construction was going materially, the enduring labor of the workers, its continuous representation in the media, and arguments in the party correspondence that cannot be covered in this short presentation. So in the remaining time, I'll try to inscribe the TurkSib into a larger environmental transit and politics of mobility that it accelerated and performed. So let's try to get there with the famous representation of the TurkSib that was mentioned before, a scripted documentary by Victor Turin, who was actually invited to do that work because of Turar Raskulov's initiative to record the construction of the heroic railroads for the Vostok Kino. This was one of the first projects of the Vostok Kino. And Turin, a young, unexperienced avant-garde cinematographer with an affluent background and education from MIT, was actually a surprising choice of director. He actually approached the filming of TurkSib more as a story film without actors rather than a documentary itself. However, since Turin shot TurkSib as a feature film production, most of the scenes in the movie were staged. So much so that local Kazakhs complained of not being paid for their acting. So referring, Ruth, to your comment of how Kazakhs are actually depicted there. Loosely applying the script contributed by literary critic and writer Shklovsky, Turin and his crew spent 135 days shooting, 89 of which went for traveling between the locations, and each location was given its role in Turin's dramatic 5-chapter staging and pacing of modernity. So the stillness, go here. The stillness overtakes the shot of Turkestan as the honey, land, and cotton wait motionless in the heat for the water to come from the icy peaks. Yet when the flow reaches the fields, it immediately mobilizes people around the grain of subsistence, leaving cotton dry and the metal cotton spindle without working. Instead of feeding the industrial needs, the water gets absorbed into the thirst of land and people. On the other hand, jumping to a chapter ahead in Siberia, trains overflowing with grains and trees are already are ready to take off, but are stopped from unleashing their drive on Srednya Asia. What lies in between in the 100th step, where most of the construction and action goes. In Kazakhstan, on the other hand, in Kazakhstan, the fertility of the land turns to the rivers of livestock in the wide landscape scenes, while pastoralist nomads come into play as they harvest the wells of wool or immerse in the landscape as they try to transport through the desert on the camels during a storm. The chunks of wool pour out of the filled bags just as the budget that leaked to shoot this famous scene. The kinetics of inefficiency will be visually linked to the nomads throughout the movie, from stumbling against the forces of nature to failing to overrun a train or work in unison as a well-oiled machine. the efficiency of the modernity arrives with Russian engineers to sleeping Kazakh aul. As the engineers come in the car, the acting villagers receive the drivers first with a suspicion that grows into overexcitement, with the car subtitled as Shaitan Arba, the devil's carriage, an amour trope used in Russian ethnography and journalism in the reference to the nomans, always like the first encounter with a car. As Payne rightly notes, although the cars or trains didn't disperse throughout Kazakhstan, the population did come in contact with them throughout the civil war. And in terms of the manifestation of the machinery force in the movie, Payne underlines that they must have struggled for the performance, since during the years of the shooting, Russian engineers haven't quite figured out the American machines, and that came handy later, the year after the shooting. However, Kazakh diggers, 1/3 of the construction labor force shown as haphazard workers in the movie, generally didn't lack the productivity of Europeans doing the same work, despite the unequal housing, nutrition, and distribution of work tools. In fact, to show a healthier physique of the Kazakh proletariat, some well-built film crew members, such as Iskander Tannagasheva, the son of the engineer, joined the scenes instead of the workers. Completely distanced from the ongoing class war or collectivization in the steppes, the movie fully focuses on the enlightening and modernizing force of the European scientific and industrial revolution over untamed nature, where indigenous people are both a part of it and need to be speeded up to get on the tracks of progress. The movie was warmly received, and its intuitive dramaturgy was embraced by audiences in major European countries, despite their socioeconomic or political background, while the reception or viewership in Kazakhstan is unknown, as the country torn by collectivization, poverty, and heading towards great hunger was yet to fully experience the transit. This is said not to undermine the aesthetic and documentary value of the avant-garde picture that wasn't appreciated by the party and got banned later. I want to rather lead us back to the land, labor, and logistics entanglements that crescendos at the on-screen TurkSib. The railway becomes obscured as itself a holder of the environmental transit. As Peterson puts it, the film also seems to imply that the railway itself could bring water to the cotton fields. Building a railway, however, could not make the desert bloom. Yet the overall concept of the upcoming materiality of the TurkSib laid the imagination of the fast-forwardness and interconnectedness of the transformation of transforming land, people, and infrastructure. On the ground, the area of the TurkSib influence should not be limited to the tracks of the railroad itself, but an overall discursive shift to expedited land modernization. Both the approval and construction of the TurkSib as a domino effect meant greenlighting major environmental campaigns for agrarian sectors that needed to expand and be ready for when the trains arrived. The settler colonial policy that Tsarism was accused of and that it was attempted to stop in the early 1920s became incentivized and supervised along the unfinished railroads. But most important human mobility that couldn't coexist with the expedited modernization plans was nomadism. The idea that pastoralist nomadism and progress are antithetical was widely discussed by both Kazakh elites and colonial scientists and governors even before Goloshokin's famous "Can you get to the socialism by camel?" The answer was almost always no, as it led to less opportunities for land possession and involvement in industrial living. Yet pastoralist nomadism was viewed as the most environmentally and socially suitable way for both surviving in the hard climate and yielding profit from the arid lands. So an expedited transition to sedentarism was considered fatal even by those who supported it in the long run. But as the socialist scientific agenda set up to make the desert and steppes bloom and meliorate even distant villages, the argument of environmental productivity or fitness of nomadic pastoralism was exhausted by the end of the 1920s, with the only factor holding Kazakhs nomadic framed after a class premise and the exploitation of wealthy buys. The policies of post-colonial land reclamation for nomadic households were cancelled, swiftly shifting to a simultaneous land distribution for agrarian and pastoralist households, especially favoring settling auls. For Semipalatinsk and its region, the headquarters of the northern TurkSib construction, the stricter organization of space resulted in collectivization campaign that started a year earlier than everywhere else. The total collectivization for Kazakh pastoralists was synonymous with forced settling by 1929, with the complete seizure of livestock and other means of subsistence in the points of settlement, usually away from water or lacking any infrastructure. In all this, the TurkSib itself didn't make the desert bloom or nomads settle to the tracks of modernity. It simply provided an acceleration to those transit initiatives, both in imagination, industrial and agrarian planning, and also was reflected in the human mobility and immobility policies. You either moved with the industrialization or you stay put where you're told. The third option was to flee from the hungry collective farms to the closest city or bordering countries. The tracks of the railroads that were supposed to take the Kazakh proletariat to the blooming future became the routes to the railway stations, cities, factories, where exhausted people would agree to any food or work if they were even given attention. Unknown bodies vanished along those tracks, while others were forced to repatriate in the trains that left them at the points of industrial needs. The concealing party term "Atkachevnik," the nomad who moved away, used to refer to the refugees, subverted starvation as a reason for mass displacement to the third search for a more developed, settled life, while malnutritioned workers arriving at the industries were seen as positive spike in the proletariat labor, even though it was more of a disposable labor, with 40% of those who made it to the workplace dying there shortly. From a nomad moving in their developed socio-cultural environmental structure, the party created a truly Marxist nomad population. For Marx, nomad was a group of people with rural origins, but who were thrown from one point to another according to the industrial needs. As nomad workers arrive with nothing in their soul, the occupation of construction and mining that give them tools, food, and the floor to sleep on become the habitat of the impoverished population. The transit from pastoralist nomad to industrial one wasn't a smooth train ride, but the last resort. This is in no way an exhausting unpacking of even one repertoire of precarious mobilities that unfolded in the organizing principle of the land, labor, and logistics in the Soviet Central Asia along the railroads. It is a proposition of a method of an episteme for conceptualizing overlapping pathways of modernity, where a body labored was in one way or another displaced. The hard work of building and sustaining railroads cannot be undermined, yet a nationalization of TurkSib's image can sometimes act as a barrier of conceptualizing the kinesthetic ordering and logisticality of living that speeded up with its transits. The cartographies of railroads in Central Asia, along with the bodies of water, tell the stories of uncertain mobilities from endurance to aspiration that in the cycle of years are experienced by the same people. What stays there is the friction created by a body in and a long transit viscerally in these vast geographic routes. The sensibilities of the past and the future physically attached to the places in those journeys. Transformation of relationships to the land into extractable resources in the choreography of labor. Extension of one's imagination of space and place along the tracks. The limits and prospects of the experienced world and your place in it. A material road can cut through the living pathways, but human routes leak and spread around their directionalities. There are many stations of research and thinking on the modernities of motion in the human geography of Central Asia. Working on transit means being in the transit with different travel companions and their sensibilities of the places you pass. It is arriving at the flourishing and abundant stops, finding the pathways of people's mobilities on the archival entries, human geographies, and infrastructures of memory that Kulshat-Medeyeva considers in the counter-memory practices and cartographies alternative to the Soviet cultural landscape. It is about developing an understanding of a settlement as a shared repertoire and considering how we can move together in the current ecological and political displacement. And I know I completely butchered my timing, but yes, if our paths cross somewhere in all these intersections, here you can contact me and put a little link in them in here. Thank you.
Thank you, Anel. It was amazing. I really enjoyed like your ability to work with and intertwine many fields of research and many approaches to the same infrastructural process. So like the way that it's as we have a comment on YouTube, as Nazira Rana says, that it's a transition of modernity being not a metaphor, but rather an actual transit through technologies. So yeah, it was an amazing presentation. Thank you so much. And I hope our translators into Russian could could keep the speed, because it wasn't an easy ride for sure. Yeah, and we will go to our next presenter. It's amazing Shakhrizoda Ergasheva. She has a background in computer science, and she's also on a team that is working on increasing accessibility of the underrepresented languages. I know that it was a project about Uzbek language, and she is also passionate about applying her knowledge to create apps that are oriented towards the more inclusive society and conscious consumption. So it's a very different context and a very different position to approach these questions. So Shakhrizoda will present the presentations on the topic of the Aral Sea crisis, and we were talking, like we were started to talk about Aral Sea before on the roundtable, and I think it's the one of the most grave examples of water crisis that was caused by the Soviet colonial practices. So it's a crucial theme, and we welcome Shakhrizoda.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I am very happy to present this topic. So can you see my screen?
We do. I hope the transmission also can see it.
So today I will talk about the roots of the Aral Sea crisis, so how the Soviet politics had the part in it, and consequences for the water resources of Uzbekistan, and also the initiatives that have been taken from other countries to solve this crisis, and also the water stress. So first, let's start with the introduction of Aral Sea. So Aral Sea is located between the borders of Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. As you see, it was quite big in 1950, and until the shelving started in the 1960s, it was the fourth largest lake in the world. And so it also helped to regulate the sharp climate conditions in the region, meaning that in the summer the air forces were cooled, and in the winter they were heated by the Aral. Also, it had a beneficial effect on the living conditions of the population, agricultural production, and environmental situation. But unfortunately, it started to dry up in the 1960s because of the irrigation projects in the former USSR. Over the 50-odd years, as you see, it is the result now. Over the 50-odd years, it has shrunk 3 times. So from this, it turned to this, and in 1980s, entire lake was divided into 2 parts. So actually, this picture is from 2015. As you see, it has divided into more parts even in the coming years. So as I have mentioned already, at the end of 1980s, the water level dropped so much that the entire lake was divided to the big Aral Sea and the small Aral. So let's talk about the starting point of the shelving, how it all started. So how it and what was the cause. So I just gave the hint. So it was because of the user and the cotton. There is a connection. So the starting point of the shelving. The reason behind the Aral disaster was the barbaric and ill-conceived irrigation policy of the USSR, which shelved the sea in the exchange for the prosperity of the cotton industry. Excessive water usage for irrigation has turned once the world's fourth largest lake into the desert. And it all started with a new economic strategy of the Soviets to develop the cotton industry. And the Central Asian countries, which were part of the Soviet Union at the time, were chosen for growing cotton. Before, Amudarya and Sirdarya served as the resort for Aral Sea. So they were the main resources of the water in Aral Sea. But in the a period of 1960s, Amudarya and Sirdarya waters were directed to the cotton fields. So, in the period before 1960s, water consumption was compensated by return flow from collector drainage networks. But after that, this balance have been destroyed. So, there were even considerations to use up all the water in Amudarya and Sirdarya wholly for the purposes of agricultural needs, not leaving it to Aral Sea, and using the seabeds of the Aral Sea for agricultural purposes. They were even considering that. And at the end of the 1970s, the Amudarya was not reaching the Aral Sea, and in the 80s, Sirdarya water was not reaching the Aral Sea. And at that time, as the irrigation was carried out without accounting, huge losses occurred in all areas. As a result, 50% of the water flow, which was coming from Amudarya and Sirdarya, was not reaching the cotton fields. It was just wasted. And at that period, also, they were considering using Siberian rivers to replenish the resources of the Aral Sea. But it was not a viable solution, as that would require a huge structural work, and also it would only displace the problems of the sea somewhere else in Siberia. At the end of the 1980s, it was divided, as I have also already mentioned, and for the decades, the deteriorating condition of the Aral Sea was hidden from the public until 1985, as it became already obvious after the division of the sea. The Gorbachev made it the environmental disaster public. And with the collapse of the USSR in 1991, the Aral Sea was divided between newly formed states, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Thus, the Soviet plan to transfer Siberian rivers here was put end. So, let's talk about why cotton, why Russian demand for cotton has increased after 1860s. So, in 1860s, as a result of the start of civilian war in America, the cotton industry faced major changes. And the cotton exports were blocked in America, and cotton prices skyrocketed. And the Russian textile industry experienced an urgent need for cotton after 1860s. And it was one of the main driving forces of Soviet colonial expansion in the Central Asia. Russia also decided to use the lands of Turkestan for growing cotton. And Their main goal was to achieve complete technical and economic independence of the country, including cotton, for building socialism in the USSR. Cotton farming got a big boost thanks to the machines and infrastructures in Uzbekistan. In the Soviet era, they built factories there to make farming tools like machines for picking and processing cottons, tractors for planting seeds, and equipment for making fertilizer. This brought huge industrial growth to Uzbekistan, and they were able to produce more cotton than ever before. And this all made Uzbekistan cotton centralized and the main base of cotton for the USSR. However, Central Asia could not satisfy all the needs of Russian industry, since Khiva and Bukhara were not completely absorbed into the Russian Empire. They were actually part of Russia, but they had practically unlimited power in internal affairs. So Russia was still forced to buy cotton from the United States. In 1910s, the question arose about turning the Bukhara and Khiva Khanates into complete colonies of Russia. So I will continue with the how the Soviet policy presented the idea of cotton. We can see cotton everywhere in Uzbekistan, so it seems quite natural. I even stopped noticing cotton symbols when I see them. Here's an example of the collage. Cotton is everywhere, like from facades of buildings to dishes. So it's so common that native people don't even know that anymore. It's on clothes, ads, films, songs that one can think that it's Uzbek identity. As you see, here's a dish with a picture of cotton, and here represented happy Uzbek people gathering cotton. And here's the fountain. Here's the fountain with the cotton flower represented, and here is the also cotton representation in the borders of the cities. And even you can see the cotton is associated with the subway names and names of the football teams, like here, like Pakhtakor, which means cotton gatherer, and here in the mosaic, also representing people gathering cotton. And here, and to be honest, I would never note that until this moment, like in this floor representing of cotton, and in the walls, in the streets, in the fence. So even in the books, I remember that when I was going to the first grade at school, when I was only starting to learn how to read, the first poem, one of the first poems was about cotton, and also the picture that the cotton is the sources of many things like oil, thread, and textile, and that it's our white gold. But what was the cost of this? So in the 1970s, dust storms in the Aral Sea region reached such magnitudes that they were visible from space. Salt deposits on the dried up Aral seabed contain large amounts of pesticides, herbicides, and fertilizers used in cotton irrigation, as the pesticides were used with the principle, the more the better. And the water flowing into the sea through rivers or underground runoff. So the salts from Aral region have been detected in the blood of penguins in Antarctica, on the glaciers of Greenland, in forests of Norway, fields in Belarus, and elsewhere, meaning the globalness of the problem. But the residents of the Aral Sea regions face the most difficulties regarding this, like the respiratory diseases, anemia, diabetes, oncological diseases. And the heart diseases cases increased by 18 times from the 1960s. And also they experience water quality issues, which contribute to an increase in kidney stone diseases. And also, one significant danger in transformation of Vodragenia Island into peninsula. Vodragenia Island was used as a test region for testing biological weapons, conducting laboratory research, and decontaminating the site. In the 1990s, the biological weapons development program was closed, and the city and the enterprise were closed also, and the population evacuated, but not all buried agents were deactivated. So let's talk about the water problem, also which has also the root in this problem. So 90% of the water resources are used for agricultural purposes, and still 40% of them does not reach the fields because of the improper and outdated irrigation systems. And Uzbekistan is in the top of 30 countries with increased water stress, and the experts are saying that in the coming years it's becoming only worse. We have the predictions that by 2030 Uzbekistan could reach Uzbekistan deficit for water, which could reach 7 billion cubic meters, and by 2050 it will double. As the rise for the water, as the rise in the need for the water and the reservoirs are decreasing because of the global warming. And if you look at other regions beyond the capital city of Tashkent, and the water problem became part of their existence even before 2030. Water is given by schedules, or people should buy water and save it in the big gallons. And almost always women and children are affected by this, as house chores like doing this and cleaning are mostly done by them. So I was reading the interview conducted among people of the region, and they were saying that they have the tap water, but it is highly mineralized and unsuitable for drinking, and they need to buy water from other places. And also, Texas water residents use pumps to draw water from underground, but it is also too saline for consumption, and it's only suitable for technical purposes. And electricity outages occasionally affect the operation of these pumps. And regularly scheduled water and electricity outages occur sometimes without warning. However, households typically have stored drinking in reserve. Experts have long warned about the future problem, but usually base their forecast around 2050. But this summer, however, Tashkent and other large cities experienced long-term interruptions in water supply, and this was an important turning point. And we see that the crisis is worsening literally before our eyes. And the building of the Afghan Canal, which is called Kostepa, is worsening the situation. as it's calculated to take up to the third of the resource of Amudarya, and making the situation for the Aral Sea restoration even more difficult. This project was designed for 5 years, but the work is ahead of schedule, and a third of the canal has already been built, and it can be seen from space. And Afghanistan, unlike the countries of Central Asia, is not limited by any agreements and can take water without regard to neighboring countries. But I have read that there were some negotiations carrying out between Afghanistan and Uzbekistan, but the outcomes of this are not clear yet. And let's talk about the initiatives which are trying to bring Aral back to life and combating the water stress. IFSA, International Fund for Saving the Aral Sea, is an organization that consists of all 5 countries of Central Asia. In the example of the Kazakhstan initiative, we can see that there were quite big improvements. So they started building the water dam in 1992, and then in 2005 they were backed by the World Bank with a financial loan. Thus, thanks to the new dam, it was possible to increase the water level in the small Aral, and also this became the starting point for further restoration and improvement of the situation in the small Aral basin. And this improvement also resulted in rising sea levels that have caused a decrease in evaporation. Consequently, it has become easier to maintain its balance. There was IFCA's role in this in this dam creation, because it helped with involvement of international organizations like West Bank. How about Uzbekistan? According to the residents of the Aral Sea regions, Uzbekistan government is not inclined towards the revival of the Aral Sea, as it is keenly interested in highly profitable oil and gas extraction on the dried up seabed. And indeed, the Uzbek side of the former sea has become an active area for oil and gas exploration and production. And the potential emergence of water in the Aral Sea could lead to the flooding of currently dried up sections of the seabed, complicating exploration and extraction efforts. But right now there is a big push to stop salt and dust from moving around. They are dealing with the not cause but the result of the crisis here. And they want to push to stop salt and dust from moving around, to keep the sand in place and reduce the harm it does to the environment. So in the scope of planting lots of tough plants like saxaul across thousands of hectares of dried up seabed. And the similar initiative is called My Garden in Aral, which is practiced in Uzbekistan, where anyone can donate money to plant trees. To conclude my presentation, I will talk about the attitude to water in Uzbek culture. From my childhood, we had practices that became part of our daily life. We did not use drinking water for watering our plants. I've used water from Arik, as you see in the first picture here. So Arik was used for that purpose, and it was it was called the bad practice to sweep dust towards flowing water in Arik. And flowing water was considered to be clean, as it crashed at stones along its ways. And the most delicious bread was the one which was rinsed by the flowing water. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Shakhrizoda. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed both of the presentations, and maybe it's also because I feel really connected to Aral, to TurkSib, to all the Kazakh railroads, and the history of modernization of the region. We don't have much time left, but I would like to ask a small question to both of you, because it's always been a problem for me to discern what was like bad and what was, maybe it's a naive question, but I'm sure that a lot of people ask themselves as well. How can we estimate, how can we assess from your researches, for instance, is it possible to evaluate those huge modernizing endeavors, because for every nation, for every country, it is very important to build transport infrastructure, right? It is very important to build water supply networks. All of these huge projects are essential for every country, but we, from our perspective, see them now as a part of colonization. And how do we have some guidelines, so to say, or how can we assess those projects as, you know, colonizing or modernizing, or how do we navigate in this space between, you know, colonization and modernization?
It's okay, I can start. So first of all, I think it's also something I mentioned several times in the presentation. It's not the TurkSib itself as a certain, you know, the wave of modernization, but rather a speeding up mechanism, or something that within the project itself, because a lot of those vast industrial projects were done in a short amount of time. They were expedited. It also meant that people had to keep up with them in ways that were not possible environmentally. But also, if we think about the irrigation channels, it's again, those, a lot of them are quite imaginary projects, in the sense that they're built where they're not supposed to, or on the ways where they're not supposed to, because of the overall change in the perception of what the environment is, right? Basically, the fact that with the scientific method, with kind of human intervention, the bodies of water in the topographies can be changed. And for the Central Asia, it also was this vision of like, we can make the Silk Roads, like the blooming Silk Roads period, come back. So there's always this kind of vision. When we think about the modernization, it's always actually the vision of the past, of some kind of glorious past that they're trying to inscribe on it. And we see it also in the current infrastructural project, Belt and Road Initiative, that kind of also does stimulate the railroad construction, the roads construction, and various logistical kind of interventions in the area. So in that sense, it's not about making a definitive choice, or like a definitive you know, saying of whether this particular project was the devastation. There was also a lot of people's kind of own choice to do the collectivization in the ways that shouldn't be going, right? Or also the discourses. So it's all a very complex issue. But what I'm more interested in, it's rather than having it as a status quo is kind of like this blueprint of the topographies that we're dealing with right now, right? How we can understand human mobilities in the ways they were developed, because what is in the connection to everyone for us, right, in Central Asia, but bigger in the, say, Soviet kind of historical regions, is this sense of and histories of displacement and overlapping, actually, right? In every family, there are people who were moved in certain ways, right? But here, the railroads, they kind of give the pathway that you can trace it alongside. And I think that's kind of the understanding. And also, like, if we talk about the upcoming displacements with the ecological issues, then how this like past repertoires of kind of adjusting to always being on the flag, so always not having one ground in the floor, right? What does it even mean for us to be settled, right, in this moment? So I think this is something that it can lead us to. And of course, current kind of logistical projects, they are not about this kind of they're less about the bigger organization of the space in Central Asia itself. But for example, in Xinjiang, it is also the reality where the carceral system was fully kind of like it bloomed with the developmental project of the transportation, and Xinjiang actually like our channels are opening for this kind of trading within these borders. So in that sense, it's also an old story and an ongoing one. So yeah, for some of them, we can and we can never kind of like make definite that one particular project was the failure, or that it shouldn't have had happened.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. Shakhrizoda, is there anything you would like to?
Yes, I would also like to add. For example, they are now there is a continuation of a project of building a canal by Afghanistan to use the water for irrigation, which is also from the past using the water from Amudarya for irrigational purposes, and Afghanistan also claiming its right to it as the glaciers, which are the water sources for the Amudarya. The third of them is located in Afghanistan. So I guess in this case, in my honest opinion, and this was done by Afghanistan to stress the neighboring countries and to do some negotiation with them. So yes.
Yeah, thank you. So it's important to remember that Amudarya is crossing several countries, right? It's not only a resource of Uzbekistan, but also, yeah, as well as railroads, actually. Well, yeah, which we just have to, which reminds me somehow that, you know, in this, in our contemporary understanding of modernity, what brought it to us, or what brought us to this new era of modernized world was exactly the mobility, right? And these new pathways, new technological means of transportation, and that connected the world into something and made the world actually very small and very interconnected. Yeah, and I think our conference is another one example of that. Thank you. It was really great to listen to you. Thank you so much. I think
Thank you very much.
we now deserve a small break, and then I hope to see you all again at our last section.
Yeah, thank you
Yes.
very much. I would also like to read some comments from YouTube. There are just, it's not a questions, it's just a contribution. Small Mira says, Rahmat for the presentations. The story of Aral is something beyond evil. It is hard to even realize how it was okay for them to kill the whole sea in cold blood for the Moscow's profit. And Nozira Rana says that we can say that these two presentations show two different faces of colonialism, settler and extractivist colonial policies, which come together but being done differently. Yeah, and also the way that cotton is in the center of both practices, of both infrastructural mega projects that are extremely that has extreme consequences. So one consequence being this transition to modernity, being this process that really reshaped the whole understanding of like the whole kind of infrastructure of living, infrastructure of being, understanding of mobility, understanding of settlement, understanding, so like all these huge processes, and the other one being just a very like draining in all the senses. So it was draining all the resources and like yeah, yeah, thank you so much again, and we will meet everybody at in like 25 minutes. So yeah, for the next session. welcome again to your conference. We're approaching section 3, which will also consists of presentations, and this section will be about nuclear policies that we started to discuss in the roundtable also, but we'll be discussing more in depth here. So we're having two participants. It's Hanna Paniutsich from Belarus, and she's a multimedia artist and researcher, as I said previously, and she's making collages of personal stories and video footage and physical devices and biomatter, usually assembled in the form of installations using different software and hardware. So it's again like third context, which is very different from our previous panelists, and like some different perspective on the subject matter. And also the second participant will be Alisher Khassengaliyev, that you were already familiar with from the roundtable, as well as with Hanna. And we should start. So Hanna's topic is exclusion zone, entanglements of nuclear technology and long-term legacies of waste colonialism.
I'm gonna share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, is a presentation on the screen? Just quick technical check. Okay, thank you. So my presentation is about exclusion zone, and I want to start with Polessia. I want to bring you to Polessia. Polessia is a natural and historic region which partly correlates with Polessia lowland. This area is characterized by a vast amount of swamps. Most of the territory of the lowland is situated on the territory of Belarus and Ukraine. In the 16th century, Sigismund I the Old gave Polessia territories as a wedding gift to Bona Sforza d'Aragona. Bona Sforza contributed to the colonization of the land and the promotion of agriculture, which required drainage of the marshes. Later on, Mateusz Butrimovich was the first landlord who started drying out the marshes in order to build estates on this land. In the 19th century, after the land became part of the Russian Empire, Joseph Zelinsky introduced a land development plan involving the construction of network of reclamation canals to convert lands of Polessia into agricultural land. Nezhikov, situated 23 kilometers away from Pripyat and surrounded by canals to drain the water, as you can see on the map. But closer to the forest, there is fine white sand, which naturally drained water, allowing trees and mushrooms to grow and people to live there. It's now part of Polessia State Radiological Reserve, a protected zone where the effects of radiations are studied. It was possible to visit this area as part of an excursion, but during Radonitsa, to visit the graves of relatives without requiring a special permission. Since 2008, the village no longer officially exists. In 1986, around 44 families in the village were moved from the area. Most of my family members were moved to Minsk, but some to other places. Tuteishi is a name which was used by the population of Polessia and Podlasia for people who spoke Belarusian and Ukrainian languages. The term translates as those who belong here, meaning that people from that area didn't have a particular nation they identified with. Many of these people used to live on islands surrounded by vast swamps, and self-constructed roads called hebla. So they managed to preserve a unique identity, which is influenced by the borderland territory and then on proximity to areas where people would develop national identities. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant was built in 1978 and was the first nuclear plant on the territory of Ukraine. In total, during the time of the USSR, 4 NPPs were built in Ukraine. The Chernobyl NPP consisted of 4 RBMK-1 reactors, which are uranium graphite channel reactors developed in the USSR. They had a dual system which allowed for the production of weapon-grade plutonium. The city of Pripyat was built as an atomgrad, a type of a closed city, meaning a nuclear city, which served the Chernobyl NPP. Atomgrads were urban projects that served the purposes of both energy economy and political propaganda. They were relatively open cities, but the Chernobyl station itself remained a very closed facility. Duga-1 was deployed not far from the factory. It was an over-the-horizon radar station for early anti-ballistic missile identification. It operated from 1976 to 1989. One of its parts was situated in Zator, called Chernobyl 2, and another in Lubech 1. And as with other closed cities, they were unmapped. Civilians were not allowed within few miles of the base. The 2 transmitting antennas were located in Lubech and 2 receiving antennas in Chernobyl 2. Therefore, we can imagine the area around Chernobyl NPP as a military zone, with certain infrastructure provided by more open cities surrounding it. The nuclear positivism that remained in the core of the atomgrads and the new economy connected to the construction and operation of the plant helped to hide the dark side of it. Because of the explosion and previous leaks at the Chernobyl factory and also the making of the surrounding territory into highly securitarized area, building military station, Zator's NPP itself, and later on the exclusion zone, the people and unique nature of Polessia has suffered tremendously. Svetlana Matvienko says that this is an overlooked case of nuclear colonialism. In April 2015, Rosatom, Russian state-owned nuclear energy corporation, said that it had contracts for 19 nuclear plants in 9 countries, including those under construction. In December 2015, it said it had orders for 34 nuclear power reactors in 13 countries, including China, Iran, Bangladesh, and Belarus. Construction of nuclear reactors was at first Soviet and then became Russian objective. Due to the nature of nuclear reactors, it's possible to produce weapon-grade fuel to be used in nuclear weapon production. Based on the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, permitting states to house the entire nuclear fuel cycle facilities within their countries for the purpose of civilian use of nuclear energy, even though the enriched uranium or plutonium with some extra effort can be turned towards nuclear weapon production. A Belarusian NPP project was started in 1980s, but as a result of the Chernobyl catastrophe and what is called the radiophobia of Belarusian people, it was postponed. Due to the Belarusian dependency on Russian gas, the project was later restarted. The building of the Astrovets NPP in the northern Belarus region of Grodno started in 2013 and was finished in 2021. All the way, it was considered a very controversial project because of its proximity to the Lithuanian capital Vilnius. As well as this, the whole production chain of the Belarusian NPP including producing, supplying, and dealing with radioactive waste, was claimed to be done by Rosatom. Russian Federation is lending up to 10 billion to Belarus to finance 90% of the contract. Because of that, Ostrovets and PP can be seen as an extension of Russian nuclear and military infrastructure. The formerly little town of Ostrovets in Grodno region has turned into an atomgrad serving the nearby station. The part of the exclusion zone that lies in Belarus is also a nature reserve where the effects of radiation are studied. Because of this, place is human-free. A low number of people still populate that area. Nature has taken power over the territory. For example, the wild animal population is now at the same level as it was before people started to inhabit these territories. Many species are adapting to radiation, like various fungi that are found inside the nuclear reactor and which use radiosynthesis to provide the energy they need to grow and thrive. In the contaminated area, there were 3,678 towns and villages where 2.2 million people lived. The release of radioactive material forced the evacuation of 1,305,000 people, including Pripyat's entire population of 45,000 and badly contaminated roughly 200,000 square kilometers of land. It's expected that it will take 300 years for some elements that were released during the catastrophe to decay. This estimate is based on the decay time of cesium-137. The analysis tells that by 2046, radiation in Minsk region will not be more than 1 curie per square kilometer, a measurement of background contamination level, but there are also other elements. Mushrooms are known to accumulate radiation. Different mushrooms soak up radiation differently. And for example, Xerocomus is not advised to be collected at levels higher than 0.2 curie per square kilometer, whereas Armillaria can be collected at below 2 curie per square kilometer. Official advice calls for boiling mushrooms 2 or 3 times in salty water and draining it every time. After such manipulations, the content level of radionuclides will drop by 2 to 10 times. Radiation is invisible to the human eye and is made from rays, some of which are able to penetrate through human bodies. In the process of radioactive disintegration, different elements decay and have different half-lives. For example, half-life of americium-241 is 432 years. Strontium-90 has a half-life of 28 years and is very dangerous because its chemical constitution is similar to calcium. This is why it can accumulate in bones, leading to tumors and other health problems. While iodine-131 has a short life of 8 days, this radiation can still destroy all or part of the thyroid gland. In Belarus, the topic of contamination from Chernobyl remains on the outskirts of the state agenda. Mostly, the accident is framed like an economic problem. It might appear as a paradox that most of the articles about Chernobyl discuss socioeconomic issues when it's considered that Belarus has a growing number of young people with cancer and other diseases like heart failure that can be traced back to the catastrophe. Years after explosion, traces of Chernobyl are found around the world. As recently as 2017, Some hunters found a pack of wild boar in Sweden that contained over 10 times the generally accepted safe level of radiation. As boar search for food by rooting around in the ground, they can dig up and ingest matter rich in cesium-137. Also, in Norway in 2018, radiation levels in meat and milk doubled without warning. After investigation, it was found that the radiation was caused by a much higher than normal amount of mushrooms springing up that year. As fungi can absorb up to 1,000 times the amount of radiation as plants, its presence there led to contamination of other goods. This shows that there is still and will still be sometime the need for management of this issue. Furthermore, recently a large shipment of Belarusian mushrooms was stopped after officials in Germany found that 3.5-ton shipment to France was contaminated with cesium-137. Similar to the radiation of Chernobyl, pollution from the war in Ukraine, as the biggest armed conflict in Europe since World War II, is predicted to be impactful not only on a regional level. Air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, damaged biodiversity, soil pollution, as well as destruction of the Earth's surface and aquatic environment is more than evident and will affect the human population in many ways. There is an international convention which allows most governments not to report on greenhouse gas emissions caused by the military and to exclude them from national targets. Similar to radioactive pollution, this pollution remains invisible. When radioactive particles or rays hit the tissues, cells, or molecules of a living being, the collision can alter both the function and the structure of the body. Cells fail to complete their normal functions, while DNA and other molecules carry corrupted information. Radiation is similar to colonialism. It tries to enter and erase all the DNA of people, alter the ecosphere, exploit the surroundings. Radioactive pollution and pollution in general is considered colonialism. The zone of alienation is an exclusion zone established by Soviet armed forces in 1986. But the zone was established long before the accident. If we take a look at Western colonizers, the geographies of colonial territories were key sites for the performance and militarization and scientific development through the suppression of history and indigenous presence. Then nuclear testing opened up opportunities for studying the influence of radiation on the whole ecosystem. Similar to the US empire of tropical islands, which were used as sites for military testing and scientific epistemologies like the ecosystem theory, the process of reassembling the Russian imperial body operates by rupturing established relations, including relations across multi-species environments, as well as erasing and/or extracting local knowledges of ecosystems. This is quote from Isa Bazdyreva, No Milk, No Love. The alienation zone is an advanced laboratory of the consequences and long-term legacies of irradiated waste colonialism. At the moment, many regions of the world are converted into zones of alienation due to war and environmental destruction. But the effect of climate change doesn't leave any places untouched, making the whole Earth an exclusion zone.
Oh, this is it, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Hanna. It's really, for me, it's been revealing to know how Belarus is also involved now in this situation. I mean, it's really appalling to learn how Russia has been placing for a long time all of the dangerous imperial projects somewhere on the margins of the empire, and including Belarus, of course, and Ukraine and the far north. And I think Kazakhstan it's especially true for Kazakhstan, because during Soviet time, we accumulated a lot of waste in our country, and there are several test sites, several very dangerous places, including like biological weapon, chemical weapon test sites, also rocket test sites near Balkhash, Baikonur, of course, and finally the SMA test site. But we would like to know more about how we Kazakh people try to resist. And I think it's important that our next speaker, Alisher Khassengaliyev, who is an anti-nuclear activist and political scientist from Kazakh German University, who is also among his interests in this sphere of international relations, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it's also important because, interestingly, from the very beginning of our Kazakh anti-nuclear movement, it's been very international. It's called Nevada Semey, and people were trying to build this solidarity with people from United States. Please, Alisher, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this words. Let me share my screen. Yeah. 1 second. Yeah, I think you see it now. I hope. Yeah. Thank you. So, in my report, as was said before, I will try to explore the phenomenon of Soviet nuclear colonialism, of course, focusing on the Semipalatinsk semi-nuclear test site in Kazakhstan. And I also will try to clarify the concept of nuclear colonialism itself and how it connected through the Semipalatinsk case. Also, we will try to delve into the Nevada Semey movement and asserting its significance as both an anti-nuclear and decolonial movement. And at the end, I hope we will discuss its impact on independent Kazakhstan's foreign policy and its role in the global anti-nuclear agenda. But first, I think that is important to explore the land where Semipalatinsk test site was built, and northern East Kazakhstan itself and Semey as a largest city that was near to the nuclear testing site. As you know, maybe Semipalatinsk test site was built in the vast steppe in northern East Kazakhstan. Of course, this land, this territory was home to villages and local Kazakh communities and diverse wildlife ecosystem. Of course, also steppes itself always was a very important phenomenon, were very important territory for Kazakh people, culturally, historically, politically, because as Kazakh people says, the great steppe is the beginning and the end of Kazakh state, of Kazakhnes, or in Kazakh language, Kazakhluk. So the steppe itself is a treasure, or a very valuable ecosystem. And of course, northern East Kazakhstan is among this. Semey, as I said before, the largest city near the site, is located on the north bank of Irtysh River, or in Kazakh Irtysh River. You see it's here. It's a Semey city. Yeah, its name is coming from Russian phrase seven chambers, семь палат, that originates from the ruins of an ancient Buddhist temple nearby, that was noticed by Russian colonialists when they came to Semey region. In the early 20th century, the TurkSib railway increased Semey's importance for Moscow as a very important, crucial transit point between Central Asia and Siberia. And very important that between 1917 till 1920, the city played a vital role in the Kazakhs' anti-colonial struggle, and was the capital of the Alash autonomy, and at that time briefly was named as Alash Kala. You see it also here in this map. It's Semipalatinskaya Oblast. Yeah, it's the map that were used by Alash Orda, Alash autonomy, and Semipalatinsk is somewhere here. So yeah, another very important spot in the map of Semipalatinsk test site, or the near Semipalatinsk test site, is village of Karavol. It's kind of, if you will look up in the map of Semipalatinsk test site, it's kind of marking the test site border. So yeah, Karavol itself is notable for its proximity to the grave of Kazakh poet and philosopher Abay Kunanbayulu, and also now, unfortunately, is famous because the community that lived in the village, the villagers, they were one of the first communities that were affected by nuclear testings. So what I wanted to say that despite the Soviet authorities labeling the areas of the nuclear test site as empty and uninhabited, a closer look, brief look at the historical development of this region reveals that they were untruthful in it. So the Soviet authorities constructed a nuclear test site on land that possessed and currently possess and will continue to have its own rich history and vibrant life. But now I think we can briefly start to explore the history of Semipalatinsk test site itself. So the Semipalatinsk test site were a primary location for the Soviet Union's nuclear weapons testing. It's situated on the northeast Kazakhstan, as I said, and approximately 150 kilometers west of Semey, and near the nowadays Abay and Pavlodar regions. Yeah, Semipalatinsk test site covered 18,500 square kilometers, but the overall used territories span about 304,000 square kilometers. So it's basically the territory of the Wales, you know, in British Islands. So the Semipalatinsk, the whole territory of Semipalatinsk is like wealth in British Islands. So between 1949 and 1989, the site witnessed at least 468 nuclear tests involving 616 devices. So the cumulative power of tests conducted until 1963, and why 1963? Because until this year, the atmospheric nuclear test occurred in semi-Palatinsk test site, and after 1963 they were banned. So until 1963, the cumulative power of tests was 2,500 times bigger than the Hiroshima atomic bombing. So, of course, the radioactive fallout from this 55 air and ground explosions, along with 169 underground tests, caused widespread contamination in this whole area. Also, through its operation, Soviet authorities concealed all the true consequences of nuclear tests, and by leaving nearby residents unaware of the risks. And even during the huge testings, catastrophic incidents, authorities advise just to close windows and stay indoors. That's it. That's all that Soviet authorities did to prevent the effects of these explosions. And even after atmospheric testing was banned in 1963, underground tests ensued, and underground testing led to soil and groundwater contaminations with severe repercussions. So there were not basically matter if it's atmospheric or underground test, the contamination was huge. And of course, the health studies post-closure reveals around 200,000 locals that were directly affected by radioactive fallout. Also, of course, resulting in elevated cancer rates and other illnesses, and not only physiological illnesses, but mental health illnesses. Also, of course, Kazakhstan now acknowledges over 1 million citizens as victims of Soviet-era radiation exposure, offering minimal compensation, approximately like $50 US each. So yeah. But why can the case of the Semi-Palatinsk nuclear test site be called an example of nuclear colonialism? I think that firstly, we need to understand what nuclear colonialism and imperialism itself are. Nuclear imperialism and colonialism basically involves world powers or powerful nations utilizing advanced nuclear capabilities to dominate Soviet Socialist Republic by establishing and operating Semi-Palatinsk test site, and of course Kazakhstan during its tenure within the Soviet Union was not in a position to resist or contest the establishment of such a site within its border. Also, of course, the presence of Semi-Palatinsk test site and the continuous testing that occurred there served as a testament to the Soviet Union's nuclear power proofs, and also acted as a deterrent strategy and diplomatic tool in the Cold War era. And of course, the Soviet Union maintained the tight control over the data, research, and knowledge produced at the Semipalatinsk test site. And the true scale and impact of the test were not well known until the site was closed and studies began to reveal the extent of the damage. Even though now we have the secret data that collected in Moscow archives. So we have not the all data that were collected by Soviets at that time. Of course, the selection of the Semipalatinsk region itself for nuclear test was not accidental. The WOS steppe region was perceived as remote and empty, as I said before, and the local population was neither consulted nor informed about the nature, purpose, and risks of the tests. And the test often took place with little to no warning, with nearby villagers sometimes being mere kilometers away, as, for example, in the case of Karaul village. And of course, beyond nuclear testing, Kazakhstan was also a most important source of uranium for the Soviet nuclear program. These mining activities often took place with the also little regard for environmental protection or the well-being of the local force. So in essence, Soviet Union, by its nature being an imperialist body, did not understand and did not realize the subjectivity of Kazakhstan, the value of the nature of these lands and the lives of people living on its territory. And this dehumanizing view of Kazakhstan and its inhabitants has led to an irreparable catastrophe of nuclear tests. But how did Kazakhstan manage to make the transition from a nuclear colony or the nuclear testing ground to the leader of a global anti-nuclear movement? In fact, of course, Kazakhstan had to fight. So in the late 80s, influenced by perestroika and resurgence in national identity, issues stemming from Soviet rule, such as nuclear testing, gained prominence. Growing awareness of the humanitarian crisis in Semey took place in 1989 and also was kind of pushed up by radioactive gas leak in 1989. Because of these factors, the public opposition to nuclear testing fueled. And the Nevada Semey movement, uniting thousands of people nationwide, formed grassroots networks in Kazakhstan, garnering support from writers to workers. For example, in 1989, 130,000 miners from Karaganda participants of the movement adopted a resolution that in case of continuation of the test, to start strike. They were supported by the workers of Semey, Pavlodar, Öskemien, and Jezkazgan. So this mass protest and strikes, locally impactful, attracted also global attention, fostering collaboration between Kazakh people and indigenous people of US and New Mexico. And the movement kind of uniquely blended this grassroots activism with parliamentary diplomacy and public diplomacy. Also, the unique factor in this, in Nevada Semey movement, is the support by local authorities and the local government of Kazakh Soviet Socialist Republic. For example, the Olzhas Süleymanov, one of the leaders and the main voice of Nevada Semey movement at that time, was the deputy of Supreme Council of Kazakh SSR. Or, for example, Keshirim Bostayev, he was head of Semipalatinsk region's Communist Party headquarters and also supported Nevada Semey movement. So as a result, by combining local and international efforts at basically all levels, the Kazakh people managed to close the nuclear test site on August 29th, 1991. The Semipalatinsk test site was closed. And after that, the Nevada Semi movement not only achieved the closure of the test site, it's also showed the maturity and unity of the people of Kazakhstan, their willingness to fight for the rights and survival. At the same time, through the Nevada Semi movement, Kazakhstan was able to kind of assert itself globally. Kazakh activists were able to create parallel grassroots connections, independent of Moscow, with activists, diplomats, journalists, and experts all around the world. So with this local success, Semipalatinsk test site closure, the movement shifted focus to advocate for nuclear disarmament. And the one also, from my point, one of the main legacies of the Nevada Semi movement is also the fact that this movement created the foundation of Kazakh independent foreign policy. It's kind of this kind of anti-nuclear struggle became the basis, the roots of our foreign policy, also emphasizing non-proliferation and disarmament as the main principles of this policy. So upon declaring independence from the Soviet Union on December 16, 1991, Kazakhstan, along with Ukraine, inherited the large stockpiles of nuclear weapons. And there was a huge rumors, many rumors about the fact that Kazakhstan or Ukraine, mainly Kazakhstan, can kind of for example, took these nuclear weapons to itself, or, for example, gave it to the other states as Iran. But despite these concerns, Kazakhstan voluntarily gave up nuclear weapons. There is a lot of factors why we did it, not only our willingness to do so, but also the fact that operational control of these nuclear weapons remained with the Russian rocket forces in Moscow. And also, for example, the fact that we basically didn't have money to create our own nuclear program, or, for example, to kind of transport this nuclear warheads to other place. So facing this aging infrastructure and high incidence of reported cancer cases, Kazakhstan also decided to denuclearize in 1994 by returning this all warheads to the Russian Federation. And in 1992, Kazakhstan committed to the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, NPT, and also acceded to it on December 9, 1993. And of course, for example, additionally, Kazakhstan led to creation of Central Asian nuclear weapons free zone and the treaty on this free zone of this nuclear weapons free zone. Or, for example, in 1996, Kazakhstan signed and ratified the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty by becoming a crucial party with seismic and infrasound stations for nuclear test detections. Yeah, and in recent years, Kazakhstan has actively advocated for a global ban of nuclear weapons, and of course signed the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and was one of the active state parties that created this treaty. And of course, Kazakhstan with its challenging nuclear history, naturally emerge as a leader in the global anti-nuclear agenda, forming ties with movements worldwide. The lesson from Kazakhstan past underscore the power of grassroots activism, international collaboration, dialogue with authorities, and also community protection through demonstrations and campaign. But of course, there is a lot of challenges nowadays within the nuclear agenda or nuclear policy of Kazakhstan domestically and internationally. As activists, we are actively involved in promoting the safe use of atomic energy and also the education about ВЗВЕСьь movement or about Kazakh nuclear policy in Kazakhstan. And we also focus on kind of improving or try to spread awareness about the ways of improvement and reforming the victim assistance system in Kazakhstan and internationally. Of course, one of the main challenges for Kazakhstan now is the presence of Russian military facilities and test sites in Kazakhstan. As Ruthia said, in Balkhash or in West Kazakhstan also. As Kazakh anti-nuclear activists and researchers, we see the need of improving these issues to face these challenges, and also with different tools as education or memory policy and spreading awareness. Thank you. Көп рахмет.
Thank you very much, Alisher. It's been great to hear. That gave me some hope actually, because I always been proud of Kazakhstan in the sense that we kind of rejected to be one of those countries who possess nuclear weapon, but I would really like to believe that we did it because of our goodwill, not because we would like to but couldn't afford that, you see. I believe that we are a peaceful country, and maybe I could ask you quickly before we go further to questions for Hanna, and also meanwhile I would encourage our viewers, the audience, if you have anything to share or some comments and questions, please do that in YouTube, because we will be open for the discussion very soon. But meanwhile, I would like to ask you, Alisher, a short question, because I'm really curious about nuclear disarmament movement, and in the context of today's, world, it's kind of the hope for, international disarmament movement is becoming less and less. But how do you estimate, is this disarmament something we can still hope for? I'm asking you because you are also involved in this foreign policy, international relations kind of sphere. And do you think we have any perspectives?
Yeah, actually, it's a very popular question for anti-nuclear activists and people who kind of work or engage in this field, in field of nuclear disarmament. Now, of course, with this horrible events and war in Ukraine, and this basically also the horrible news from North Korea about their nuclear program, nuclear weapons program, and also the fact that Russia is stepping out from the treaty, about the rocket treaty, and also kind of and all nuclear powers, US, UK, France, Russia, China, promoting the concept or the philosophy of deterrence rather than disarmament. But I see the hope. I see a hope in the faces of young decision makers and also the states that signed Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, because actually the states parties or states who signed Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is a majority of the world. Globally, we are countries that for nuclear disarmament is a majority, and countries who are for nuclear deterrence or the nuclear proliferation is a minority. And I think that we need to use this as a kind of tool or instrument to promote disarmament, to also even just create the fundament for maybe future decisions for global denuclearization. And I think the Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, it's one of these fundamental principles. So I guess, yeah, there is a hope, even though now we live in very dangerous phase of dangerous phase of our human history. But let's see. Let's see and hope for the better. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us hope. As I see in the comment, Alisher is giving us hope. And maybe I will just quickly ask both of you in terms of Hanna and Alisher as researchers, speaking of promoting disarmament and promoting, the idea of the world free of nuclear weapon and nuclear threat. Is there a space for activism? Because I meet a lot of people who combine academic research with activism and talk about themselves. Me, one of them, actually. I'm trying to be a researcher, but at the same time activist. And I read some papers about how to be activist while you are an academic, or how to make your research also an activist project. So from your perspective, is there still a space for activism in the context of academic or artistic research, in the context of scientific conferences and all of these bureaucratic events that we have to take part in? What do you think?
I don't know. For me personally, I think because of this connection to my home country, sometimes I feel a bit disconnected because I live abroad, and yeah, now we are having this conversation in English, which is translated, but a lot of the time, like all of this research gets lost as well. But I think it's very important, what I realized for myself, to write and research about it, and maybe one day it will become very useful for somebody, even if it doesn't feel like it's very useful at the present moment. Everything that I research is also personal for me, and it's personally important for me, but I think that more and more people also find these interconnections to their own situations, and it becomes kind of universal way of speaking about the traumas and colonization and even current psychological and political states. And I find solidization with many different people through sharing the stories. And I think the fact that we gather today, and I'm sure we all find something similar in what we talked about, and some kind of emotions and thoughts are shared here.
Thank you. And Alisher, and you, do you find it possible to be a scientist and an activist at the same?
Yeah, I think I'm only in the beginning of my path, I guess, as a both scientist or and activist. But I think that you as a scientist or researcher and activist can took the hope or the strengths from your peers or from your colleagues. And that's why for us, for activists and researchers, it's important to connect with each other. It's important to create networks and organizations, grassroots activists organizations to kind of help to each other. And that's what we did with our initiative for Stop Organization for Peace. There's a 6 incredible activists and researchers in the different fields. Someone is focusing on gender and nuclear policy, someone on victim assistance, on regional integration and nuclear policy, and etc. So by creating this network, by creating this connection, we're strengthening each other's expertise and also helping to each other, involving our activism. So I think that maybe it's possible by make some friends and work with them, and activism and research, and by creating your kind of safe space. So yeah.
Thank you so much, both of you. The one thing that I found really in common in both of your presentations was this notion of emptiness or alienation. So like from the very classical and old settler colonial idea of the land being colonized being also empty. So in both ways, so also with Pîslari and with Semey, it was the notion that why the justification of why those lands particularly can be suited for the nuclear infrastructures, and at the same time the producing, so like in one hand it's the notion being like symbolically like there produced the symbolic stuff, and the other one the zones of alienation that were produced physically by the checkpoints, by the having a basis for this exclusion zone beforehand, before the so it's like a military infrastructure that are marked these zones as being alienated and being finally empty in the end. And there was a phrase that Hanna said in one of our research group together, that you cannot decolonize exclusion zone even if you want to. It's alienated by that extent that you cannot, like, it's something that like colonization made it something into something different to that extent that it can no longer in foreseeable future can be decolonized. So I think it is something that is really connected to one question that we had on YouTube about the so Nozira Rano asks, so what is the nature of colonialism in terms of mobility? Is it a constantly moving power which changes borders and establish new ones? Or is it a power of forced immobilization, like in case of exclusion zones? And what these changes of interrelations, like in Hanna's presentation, like contamination of species, changes of not only the supply chains, but the very interrelationness of the nature of biodiversity, how nature, like how different species relate to each other. So it's a fungi who start to eating on the radioactive pollution. So, and what can it tell us about the possible resistance? So yeah, and I think later I would also would like to bring Anel to this conversation in Shakhrizoda, because I think it's all very interconnected.
Well, I think from my perspective, I think that as we see, like colonization is very mobile and is very kind of hybrid and is changing, adapting to the situations in different parts, but obviously as it's aimed at it has certain aims. It kind of concentrates on certain regions of like power, of resources, or suitable conditions. But for example, like as we see now in Belarus, there is already an exclusion zone. There is now a new Ostrovets, and also the basically the entrance of Russian military forces on the territory of Belarus. I wouldn't say that, and also again, reusing the exclusion zone as a point of entry into Ukraine, because exclusion zone is already quite a militarized area which has checkpoints, even though it's a reserve. So reusing the zone to enter Ukraine and start an invasion is like shows that I think it's kind of like hybrid structure for me. It's not like points. And about interspecies, yeah, there is a lot of like positivism about the fungi, for instance, radiotropic fungi, and it's also partially connected to like future terraforming of Mars and cosmic exploration, because also cosmos in cosmos there is high like radioactive levels. So there is research done about ways this fungi can basically like plants metabolize a radioactive pollution, and they were actually found inside the Chernobyl nuclear reactor. And I think in particular with exclusion zone, what interests me is that even though we're saying how bad radiation is, but at the same time, the nature recovered to level before humans. So the double nature of this pollution, even though the nature is contaminated, but it's adapting to this radiation. For example, the trees grow slower. Some worms change the way they reproduce to have more healthy, to have more, more healthy populations. And overall, for example, the canals that people build and they were building themselves and then using like more industrial machines. Nowadays, beavers took over back the territory and they started to build their own ecosystem, which wasn't possible when humans lived in that territory. And so for me, it's this process of like also like nature resisting human colonization is very interesting. I don't know if it answers.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, it's, for me, it's good answer, a good point. I find it somehow very important that you, Hanna, you bring to the table this question of multi-species society and our relations to plants and animals that is like seemingly it's not very much connected to the to the problem of nuclear pollution, for instance, but in fact it is connected to everything. I can refer here to Sylvia Winter, this famous writer, the colonial thinker, who says that we have to start from the beginning, from our definition of human, because this is very old notion of a man, as we would say formerly, but now we say human. But in any case, the notions of humanity and human, they have these implicit restrictions, and there is an implicit view that actually not humans are real humans. Some humans are more human than others, and so forth. And we have the whole gradation of creatures that are less and less humans until we go down to the fungi, who can even benefit from nuclear tests. But in any case, I think this can be one of the important questions when we talk about colonialism, because behind every decision to place this or that test site or some kind of dangerous industrial endeavor or whatever, somewhere far from the metropolis, far from the cultural centers, right? There is even those international treaties that a nuclear plant has to be somewhere far away. And when we think about this far away, we suppose that nobody lives there. That's why it's okay to put a nuclear test site there. But somebody lives everywhere, right? And even even if it's not humans, that somebody still lives there, and the land cannot be just divided among certain nations, consisting of the so-called, full-fledged humans with human rights. But there are also other people, other creatures, other persons. I don't know. There are different discourses now about how do we. How should we think of communities that consist not only of humans, but because obviously our societies, our communities include all kinds of creatures and non-humans, and including artificial intelligence and so forth, and we all somehow part of the society. But I would maybe like to invite also Anel and Shakhrizoda to our discussion, and I think that there are still questions among the audience. And for instance, one of them is one of the question is concerns the nuclear weapons prohibition, and that can also be, questionable in the context of ongoing Russian invasion in Ukraine. So there is an opinion that Russia wouldn't attack Ukraine, wouldn't invade Ukraine if this country still had nuclear weapons. And I could extend this question and you know, say that probably nuclear energy is green energy, and it worth, you know, developing further, and we should build more atomic stations. And how do you and of course we can we can also think about huge projects like new railroads and transport infrastructure in very positive sense. I think, Hanna, you mentioned the positivism in terms of nuclear. There is such a notion of nuclear positivism, or is it correct? What do you think about this kind of positivism towards all of these projects?
No, but like generally when the nuclear technology started, there was obviously a lot of positivism about constructing like nuclear reactors and getting a lot of energy. And then, for instance, in Soviet Union, there was this kind of movement to consume more power than in the West. So, and then this power needed to be produced in some way. But in the end of the day, as me and Alisher mentioned, that these reactors have an opportunity to produce and hold the whole nuclear fuel cycle facilities inside of them. In terms of if I don't know, I don't have answer for this question. If Ukraine still hold nuclear weapons, if Russia wouldn't attack or still would attack Ukraine, I don't know. Maybe somebody else can answer this better than me. But there is this thing as like nuclear deterrence. And there is a theory that, like, what if all the nations of the world would possess nuclear weapons? What would it be like then? Like, would people still try to use them, or it would lead to like world peace because everyone is on equal terms in a way? Yeah, like there is this thought. And what I'm tracing in my own research with like how Russia and which tempo it constructs nuclear reactors in different countries. I think we're leading to this moment that almost every country will be able to produce nuclear weapons on their territory, because they will have the facilities to do so.
Yeah. I think it's for me, it's easy to project, to transfer this question about what if Ukraine had a nuclear weapon to situation of Kazakhstan. And I think that what we witness today, this very shameful, you know, attitude toward, I mean, our authorities in Kazakhstan still maintain like friendly relationship with Kremlin and with, I mean, it's for me as a Kazakh citizen, it's really a shame. And but everybody explains it, of course. We have to maintain this friendly friendship with Russia because we are like dependent, and we are afraid of some further aggression from Russia. But if we didn't, you know, if we retained our nuclear bomb, and now we had like more power, and we would be able to say just to say some to not to support, at least not to show support to Russia today. So in every of your topics, I can see like both, you know, negative and positive side. Maybe it's always like that, but I wonder, what do you think? Maybe Kazakhstan did a mistake when we decided to become free of nuclear weapon. Could it be so? No?
Actually, this is really interesting question, and also very popular one, and also not for Ukraine, but also for Kazakhstan, because in 2014, when war in Ukraine started, in Kazakhstan we had also a huge discussions among international relations experts and political scientists that maybe we did wrong to voluntarily gave up our nuclear weapons, because now see what happening with Ukraine, and Kazakhstan is truly can be next. And if we would have nuclear weapons, maybe Russia also wouldn't attack us, or we wouldn't have to be so threatened by Russia as we now, for example. But I think that we need to understand that at that time in 90s, when we just took our independence, Ukraine and Kazakhstan, we basically had not other option than to give up nuclear weapons, because there was a question of Kazakh and Ukrainian sovereignty. Because if we kind of did not give up our nuclear weapons, then, for example, nuclear-owned states as United States or Russia or of UK had, or China had the all rights to invite us and took these nuclear weapons by force. Because by law, these nuclear weapons wasn't ours. It was Russians' nuclear weapons in the territory of Kazakhstan. And also the fact that this nuclear weapons could be used only from the Moscow also is the factor of why we gave up these nuclear weapons. And the other factor, as I said before in my presentation, we had no money, and Ukraine at that time also had no money to operate these nuclear weapons, to create our own nuclear program. So all of these factors kind of shaped decision of our nations to voluntarily give up nuclear weapons. So yeah, it's hard. It's just hard to imagine the situation where Kazakhstan and Ukraine could still have the nuclear weapons in our reality, or there is the basic choice. Or you are open country with I don't know, with open borders, or you North Korea, closed country but with nuclear weapons. So it's two choices, and Ukraine and Kazakhstan, yeah, did they choose to give up nuclear weapons? So yeah.
Thank you, and that was a comprehensive comprehensive answer for another naive question. But I would like to still get back to the idea that our struggles shouldn't be restricted to ourselves, to people, but can be actually extended to, you know, extended communities, as I say, because, you know, the notion of community comes from, from our the old understanding of society consisting only of humans, but from ecological perspective, communities are much more diverse. And I think that I would be curious to know how we can make bridges with other kinds of activism and to the struggles of other people who are concerned in various topics, not necessarily colonialism. For instance, I have a couple of animal rights activism from Almaty, and I know that they often, you know, are confronted with some negligence or with some kind of attitude that, you know, fighting for the rights of dogs and cats is not that urgent. It can be, it's some kind of secondary a task, and it's not in our agenda. There are people dying, there are people suffering. Why should we think about animals? And myself as a queer activist, I also, I mean, I'm constantly facing this attitude that LGBT rights are not that urgent. It's not the first, you know, a question in our agenda. We can wait with that because there are much more urgent issues. And but I never kind of believed that we can build these hierarchies of urgency. And in what I've listened, what I've heard today, I'm really glad to see that there are multiple connections between these various topics and various locations. And as I think that the ecological perspectives are exactly something that gives us these tools and abilities to see multiple connections between things that are seemingly not connected. But if you look closer, you see how, you know, cotton is connected to the dying sea and is connected to railroad and is connected to military infrastructure and is connected to today's war. And if I would be an ecologist, I could draw a map where all of these topics can be connected. But the problem remains the different groups of activists, they often don't see those connections, and everybody, of course, has their own priorities. But maybe I don't know if you have any of you experienced. Has any of you experienced these, you know, bridge connections with other spheres of activism and other agendas that are somehow turned out to be connected with your own?
So it's not, I guess, directly the question about all the organizations that can be working together. I think I'm not the specialist on that, although, you know, the water issue, for example, in Central Asia cannot be discussed without a question of diplomacy and the borderlands. And I wish another person participating, Altanay, was here to talk about specifically the animals in the trans-border situation, such as snow leopards, right? But to bring back to, I guess, to what Hanna kind of got us into the ferality of certain entities, or like the ability of certain organisms to accelerate, to spread out, to thrive in the environments that we see as toxic, right? That topic is pretty perhaps vague, and also not as expanded as it should be. There is the great project that can be interesting perhaps for a lot of people kind of listening to this broadcast, called Feral Atlas, and it's specifically on this kind of Anthropocene consequences, but it's seen through these bodies as viruses, certain microbes, certain fungi that develop specifically, for example, through the system of plantation, right? That is also spread out here with the monoculture productions, right? So we don't talk about only like nuclear waste, right? But also the changing structure, the chemical structure of the soil itself as it deteriorates with a single production over the years, right? And also the contamination it leaves in the lungs, what kind of diseases develop from that, right? Or long-term, for example, thyroid issues in the eastern Kazakhstan, and other, like in Moldova, you know, right? In Belarus or other places that were experience the nuclear radiation waste. So in that sense, it is definitely a bigger scale of the research, I would say, that needs to bring both those who look into those organisms from a biological, from a chemical point of view, but also through this social and multi-species entanglements. So this is more of an invitation to continue this kind of thinking, or perhaps someone like will pick it up and we'll be talking about it. But yeah, as someone who thinks about specifically the means of acceleration, right? I think that's the vehicle that transfers from, let's say, colonial, post-colonial structures towards late capitalism.
Yeah, thank you. Excuse me, did you mention some web resource or?
Yes, it is a project called Feral Atlas.
Feral Atlas.
Atlas, yes.
Yeah, sounds interesting. Do we have some other questions from the audience? Because we are open to the questions for a while already, so.
Yeah, so Mira also, it's not a question, it's just a contribution, small, like it's, he's saying that it's really interesting how Russia and USA can ask everyone to give up their nuclear weapons, but have their own. So it's just an observation on how imperialism and colonialism works in these cases. So like the policies that are being made by the huge empires that can also dictate who's gonna like preserve their nuclear arsenal and who needs to give up, and like who is also the owner, as Alisher was saying. So like who is the owner by the documents, even though it was as I know that many Ukrainians like are saying that the so-called like Russian cosmic program was like built on the shoulders of Ukrainians, Kazakh people, like a lot of people from very different localities that are not Russian, and for Russia to be able to claim everything, it's just how Soviet colonialism worked, and we are living with its like framework and its consequences currently. Yeah, it was like I think it was a very important that Anel and Hanna was bringing this interconnectedness of interactions with multi-species and non-human agents, and how can we be more conscious about it and include in our communities the extended view of community, like all those many agents, like also bacteria and fungi and mammals and fishes and the soil and air, which is crucially important in the moment that we're living now in the constant climate global crisis. So I don't know if we are not having questions from YouTube. Maybe if you would like to say a couple of words, because we are also running out of time slowly, so we can just wrap up, and maybe like if you have some final thoughts that you want to share, we can share it today. And yeah.
Yes, I would like to share. It was very interesting for me to research the connection between RLC and water resources and cotton. And also today, as we discussed about multi-species, I thought about how the bacteria was affected by the cotton fields, or or maybe some bacteria were thriving in the island of Возрождения, which was deadly for humans. Yes, and I would like to thank you for the for this kind of thoughts that would drive for further research.
Yeah. Also a couple of words. Sorry. Also a couple of words. Yeah, I'm really grateful to all of you for this, I guess, incredible conference. Yeah, for all of this contribution and presentations. It was really interesting. But yeah, and I forgot to say it in my presentation and during roundtable. But I think that is also connected to all of our topics and issues, the question of responsibility. Because for us, I would say, from my point of view of nuclear disarmament and also the case of Kazakhstan with the nuclear colonialism, that we always trying to kind of highlight that Russia as a Russian Federation as a state needs to take their responsibility for all of this catastrophes, for all of these colonial policies that they operated in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Belarus, Ukraine, and all over the post-Soviet or post-Russian imperial region or territories, lands. Yeah, and yeah, for us, for Kazakh people and for Kazakh activists, it is important to always say about their responsibility. And in our case is that they need to, for example, repo rate or the money to the people of Semey, to the people of the millions of people who were affected by nuclear testings. And I think that it's also the case for other issues that we discussed today. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alisher.
Yes, thank you. I support this very much. I think reparations are needed, and first of all, acknowledgement and public acknowledgement of all the atrocities that has been inflicted for the last centuries. They need to be, then it's something for the future that has to be done, of course. But still, despite of we really meet each other in the darkest season and in the dark, one of the darkest periods of, I mean, I cannot remember anything darker than today. But still we can resist, and we can support each other, and we can inspire each other. I do really feel inspired by you guys and by everything I've heard today. Thank you so much. And I think that this is a good, point by the end of the year to meet and to learn and to have an inspiration for the next year. So I would propose to keep in touch and to follow each other, and to, at least for me, it would be important to see how your projects are developing and what is happening next, right? And I'm especially glad as an ecologist in former times, but now not so much, but still I retain my deep interest in ecology in its various forms. And I'm really glad that today this topic of multi-species communities was pronounced, and we can still see connections between our topics and our agendas, however different they are still connected, and let us remember about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of BIDA, I would like also to say that we would definitely like to proceed with maybe small research groups or small projects, and maybe to connect some people from some other context that we were not able to connect to yet, and maybe to have something in other forms. So definitely we will make some other activities in the framework of ecology. And also I would like to acknowledge that no one is free until everyone is free, and we want to express deep solidarity with Palestinian people, and with Ukraine, and with Congo people, and with Sudanese people, and with everybody who are undergoing colonial struggles right now in very different forms. And and I hope that we will have our interactions more in many different contexts. So and I sincerely thank you all for your amazing work and your amazing presentations. You are the best.
So that's it, right?
Yeah, we're wrapping up.
Okay.
Yeah.